Hayi mofu. Mofu. Ngadali bantu ngadali mofu. Kena lo funeral police ngoba ngikuthini ngiyakusangaphi mina mofu vuka mani.
Gabriel. Michael. Peter.
Wena. Gabriel Peter ukuthini? Akuvukela abamani semsikeni. Kani mofu njani kanti?
Ngathi ingabe ngife ngabomo yini?
Mofu. Umuntu onganga ongela la funeral police.
Awuthi ngiyafuna ukufaka phela ku-wardrobe.
Mina nje uyambona nje ngikhona la. Lo msika wami nje wona lo. Mina phela nilayo i-funeral police.
Hayi
I-flex e-Old Mutual. Ngikhuluma nje khathesi so. Sebevule ichapele phela ndaba.
Sure.
Phela khathesi wena Mofandi ungavuka ubhujelo. Kumbe wena nje ungavuka ubhubhile khona lapho. Yeye. Iyakuthi grocery.
Okay.
Ikuthi transport.
Right.
Ithi imota yokuthwala umuyi. Lawe singakuthwala nje khona lapho.
Kodwa akunje mina ngingumufu nginje. Ngingayikwanisa.
Hayi Mofu, athi mina nginje lami nginje ngikhona lapha ngilayo. Ngofuna phela siyahle sivale khathesi nje ngiyokutshengisa.
Hayi asikonje.
Madube. Ngicela ungikhangelele emsikeni wami lapha ngiyabuya khathesi. Akusukume hamba njengomuntu ongela funeral police odinga i-funeral police la.
Uzimpose ngafu yakho.
Convenience in many ways on one platform. Welcome to my own mutualist ways. Insurance, investments, just and a banking. My own mutualist ways. USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo. My own mutualist ways. Insurance, investments, just and a banking. My own mutualist ways. USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo. My own mutualist ways.
Wabakukwanisa kuwa na services Old Mutual anasanganisira insurance, investment, net banking all on one platform. Usebenzisa password eyodwa. WhatsApp le USSD. Chaya usta 227 hash.
Zita langu ndinonzi Jennifer Mawonye. Company yangu inonzi Asmos Investments. Tinosona ma school uniforms, ma curtains, corporate wear, men and ladies wear. Ndakatanga kushanda ne-Old Mutual muna May 2017. Ndiri customer yavo yekutanga kutora loan. Ndakapiwa loan nekuda kwekuti ndakanga ndine basa raida mari kuti basa iroro riitwe riperi. Ndakwanisa kutora loan iyi kanoita kechi 6. Ndichibatsirwa na relationship officer we-Old Mutual Finance. Vaindibatsira nekuuya vachiona kuti basa riri kufamba zvakanaka here, maorder angu ari kuenda nenguva here. Ndave neshop paEastgate Markets pandinoisa zvinhu zvandinenge ndasona kuti ndikwanise kutengesa ipapo. Uyezve ndichihodha zvimwe kune vamwe vanenge vachiitawo mabasa avo emaoko. Ne-Old Mutual Finance unoenda kure.
Convenience in many ways on one platform. Welcome to my own mutualist ways. Insurance, investments, just and a banking. My own mutualist ways. USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo. My own mutualist ways. Insurance, investments, just and a banking. My own mutualist ways. USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo. My own mutualist ways.
Wabakukwanisa kuwa na services Old Mutual anasanganisira insurance, investment, net banking all on one platform. Usebenzisa password eyodwa. WhatsApp le USSD. Chaya usta 227 hash. Bombe ukuthumela iWhatsApp ku 0777 227 227 ukuthi wenze konke kuma Old Mutual.
Convenience in many ways on one platform. Welcome to mind. My own mutual is great. Insurance, investments, just on the banking. My own mutual is great. USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo. My own mutual is great. Insurance, investments, just on the banking. My own mutual is great. USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo. My own mutual is great.
waba kukwanisa kuwa na maservices Old Mutual anosanganisira insurance, investment ne-banking all on one platform. Usebenzisa i-password eyodwa WhatsApp le-USSD. Chaya *227# kumbe ukuthumela i-WhatsApp ku-0777 227.
Mina ibizo lami nguJennifer Mahonye. Ikhampani yami ithiwa yi-Asmos Investment. Ngiyathunga ama-school uniforms, corporate wear, ama-curtain, ladies le-menswear. Ngaqalisa ukusebenza le-Old Mutual ngoMeyi 2017 lapho eyaqalisa khona ukupha ama-loan. Ngathatha i-loan yami yokuqala eyokuphakamisela lokuthuthumeza ibhizinisi yami ngoba ngangilomsebenzi owawufuna imali. Ngakwanisa ukwenza umsebenzi wami ngesikhathi umuntu engisebenza laye i-relationship officer uzinikele ukuthi umsebenzi wami uhambe ngaphambili. Khathesi ngathatha i-loan yami esi-6 eyo engincedisayo ukukhula emabhizinisini ami. Ngile shop engilayo e-Eastgate Market lapho engithengisela khona izinto engizithungayo lalezo engiziwodayo. Ne-Old Mutual uyaphumelela.
Convenience in many ways on one platform. Welcome to mind. My own mutual is great. Insurance, investments, just on the banking. My own mutual is great. USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo. My own mutual is great. Insurance, investments, just on the banking. My own mutual is great. USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo. My own mutual is great.
waba kukwanisa kuwa na maservices Old Mutual anosanganisira insurance, investment ne-banking all on one platform. Usebenzisa i-password eyodwa WhatsApp le-USSD. Chaya *227# kumbe ukuthumela i-WhatsApp ku-0777 227 227 ukuthi wenze konke ku-My Old Mutual.
Insurance, investment, savings, net banking. My own mutual is great. USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo. Convenience in many ways on one platform. Welcome to mind. My own mutual is great. Insurance, investments, just on the banking. My own mutual is great. USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo. My own mutual is great. Insurance, investments, just on the banking. My own mutual is great. USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo. My own mutual is great.
waba kukwanisa kuwa na maservices Old Mutual anosanganisira insurance, investment ne-banking all on one platform. Usebenzisa i-password eyodwa WhatsApp le-USSD. Chaya *227#.
They say a wise man or woman leaves behind an inheritance for his or her children and grandchildren. We all want the best for our dependents, for our spouses and children. And we work hard and sacrifice for them. Do you ever think about it? I do. What legacy would remain if something were to happen to you today, if you were to pass away? Life insurance from Old Mutual can provide you with a financial asset that protects your family from the financial impact of your loss. As a breadwinner, it is your way of saying, I love my family and I will continue loving them in the future or even in my absence. Ensure your love with Old Mutual.
Convenience in many ways on one platform. Welcome to mine. My Old Mutual is great. Insurance, investments, just under banking. My Old Mutual is great. USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo. My Old Mutual is great. Insurance, investments, just under banking. My Old Mutual is great. USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo. My Old Mutual is great.
Waba kukwanisa kuwa na ma-services Old Mutual anosanganisira insurance, investment, net banking all on one platform. Usebenzisa i-password eyodwa. WhatsApp le USSD. Chaya usta 227 hash.
Ay, mofu! 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 Ngatali, mofu! Kena nule funeral police nyami kubani kutini nyakusanga phi mina mofu vuka mani!
Gabriel, Mikael, Peter.
Wena! Gabriel, Peter kuthini? Akuvuke lapha manje semsikeni. Kani mofu njani kanti?
Ngathi yena ngife ngabomo yini?
Mofu. Umuntu onganga ongela la funeral police.
Awuthi ngifuna ukufaka phela ku-wardrobe.
Mina nje uyambona nje ngikhona la. Lo msika wami nje wona lo. Mina phela nilayo i-funeral police.
Hayi
I-flex Old Mutual. Ngikhuluma nje khathesi so. Sebevule ichapele phela ndaba.
Sure.
Phela khathesi wena mofandi ungavuka ubhujelo. Kumbe wena nje ungavuka ubhubhile khona lapha. Yeye. Iyakuthi grocery.
Okay.
Ikuthi transport.
Alright.
Ithi imota yokuthwala umuyi. Lawe singakuthwala nje khona lapha.
Kodwa akunje mina ngingomofu nginje. Ngingayikwanisa.
Hayi bo, fathi mina nginje lami nginje ngikhona lapha ngilayo. Ngofuna phela siyahle sivale khathesi nje ngiyokutshengisa.
Hayi asikonje.
Madube. Ngicela ungikhangelele emsikeni wami lapha ngiyabuya khathesi. Akusukume hamba njengomuntu ongela funeral police odinga i-funeral police lapha.
Ngikho sengafuya kodwa.
Convenience in many ways on one platform. Welcome to mine. My Old Mutual is great. Insurance, investments, just under banking. My Old Mutual is great. USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo. My Old Mutual is great. Insurance, investments, just under banking. My Old Mutual is great. USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo. My Old Mutual is great.
Waba kukwanisa kuwa na ma-services Old Mutual anosanganisira insurance, investment, net banking all on one platform. Usebenzisa i-password eyodwa. WhatsApp le USSD. Chaya usta 227 hash.
Zita langu ndinonzi Jennifer Mahonye. Company yangu inonzi Investment. Tinosona ma school uniforms, ma curtains, corporate wear, men and ladies wear. Ndakatanga kushanda neOld Mutual muna May 2017. Ndiri customer yavo yekutanga kutora loan. Ndakapiwa loan nekuda kwekuti ndakanga ndine basa raida mari kuti basa iroro riitwe ripere. Ndakwanisa kutora loan iyi kanoita kechi 6 ndichibatsirwa na relationship officer weOld Mutual Finance. Vaindibatsira nekuuya vachiona kuti basa riri kufamba zvakanaka here, maorder angu ari kuenda nenguva here. Ndave neshop paEastgate Markets pandinoisa zvinhu zvandinenge ndasona kuti ndikwanise kutengesa ipapo, uyezve ndichihodha zvimwe kune vamwe vanenge vachiitawo mabasa avo emaoko. NeOld Mutual Finance unoenda kure.
Convenience in many ways on one platform. Welcome to my
old mutual is great.
Insurance, investments, just on a banking.
My old mutual is great.
USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo.
My old mutual is great.
Insurance, investments, just on a banking.
My old mutual is great.
USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo.
My old mutual is great.
Waba kukwanisa kuwa na ma-services Old Mutual anosanganisira insurance, investment ne-banking all on one platform. Usebenzisa i-password eyodwa WhatsApp le-USSD. Chaya *227# kumbe ukuthumela i-WhatsApp ku-0777 227 227 ukuthi wenze konke ku-My Old Mutual.
Convenience in many ways on one platform. Welcome to my
old mutual is great.
Insurance, investments, just on a banking.
My old mutual is great.
USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo.
My old mutual is great.
Insurance, investments, just on a banking.
My old mutual is great.
USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo.
My old mutual is great.
Waba kukwanisa kuwa na ma-services Old Mutual anosanganisira insurance, investment ne-banking all on one platform. Usebenzisa i-password eyodwa WhatsApp le-USSD. Chaya *227# kumbe ukuthumela i-WhatsApp ku-0777 227.
Mina ibizo lami nguJennifer Mahonye. Ikhampani yami ithiwa yi-Asmos Investment. Ngiyathunga ama-school uniforms, corporate wear, ama-curtain, ladies le-menswear. Ngaqalisa ukusebenza le-Old Mutual ngoMay 2017 lapho eyaqalisa khona ukupha ama-loan. Ngathatha i-loan yami yokuqala eyokuphakamisela lokuthuthumeza ibhizinisi yami ngoba ngangilomsebenzi owawufuna imali. ngakwanisa ukwenza umsebenzi wami ngesikhathi. Umuntu engisebenza laye i-relationship officer uzinikele ukuthi umsebenzi wami uhambe ngaphambili. Khathesi ngathatha iloni yami esi6 eyo engincedisayo ukukhula emabhizinisini ami. Ngile shop engilayo e-Eastgate Market lapho engithengisela khona izinto engizithungayo lalezo engiziwodayo. Ne-Old Mutual uyaphumelela.
Convenience in many ways on one platform. Welcome to mind.
My old mutual is great.
Insurance, investments, just on the banking.
My old mutual is great.
USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo.
My old mutual is great.
Insurance, investments, just on the banking.
My old mutual is great.
USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo.
My old mutual is great.
waba kukwanisa kuwa na maservices e-Old Mutual anosanganisira insurance, investment ne-banking all on one platform. Usebenzisa i-password eyodwa ku-WhatsApp le-USSD. Chaya *227# kumbe ukuthumela i-WhatsApp ku-0777 227 227 ukuthi wenze konke kuma-My Old Mutual.
Insurance, investment, savings, net banking.
My old mutual is great.
USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo.
Old Mutual.
Convenience in many ways on one platform. Welcome to mind.
My old mutual is great.
Insurance, investments, just on the banking.
My old mutual is great.
USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo.
My old mutual is great.
Insurance, investments, just on the banking.
My old mutual is great.
USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo.
My old mutual is great.
waba kukwanisa kuwa na maservices e-Old Mutual anosanganisira insurance, investment ne-banking all on one platform. Usebenzisa i-password eyodwa ku-WhatsApp le-USSD. Chaya *227#.
They say a wise man or woman leaves behind an inheritance for his or her children and grandchildren. We all want the best for our dependents, for our spouses and children. And we work hard and sacrifice for them. Do you ever think about it? I do. What legacy would remain if something were to happen to you today, if you were to pass away? Life insurance from Old Mutual can provide you with a financial asset that protects your family from the financial impact of your loss. As a breadwinner, it is your way of saying, I love my family and I will continue loving them in the future or even in my absence. Ensure your love with Old Mutual.
Convenience in many ways on one platform. Welcome to
My
mind.
old mutual is great.
Insurance, investments, just on the banking.
My old mutual is great.
USSD, WhatsApp, okay, konapo.
My old mutual is great.
Insurance, investments, just on the banking.
My old mutual is great.
USSD, WhatsApp, okay, konapo.
My old mutual is great.
waba kukwanisa kuwa na maservices e-Old Mutual anosanganisira insurance, investment ne-banking all on one platform. Usebenzisa i-password eyodwa kuWhatsApp le-USSD. Chaya *227#.
Ay, mofu! 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 Ngadali, bantu, ngadali, mofu! Ngena lokulifinela police ngoba ngikuthini ngiyakusangaphi mina mofu vuka mani!
Gabriel! Mikael! Peter!
Wena! Gabriel, Peter ukuthini? Akuvukela abamani semsikeni. Kani mofu njani kanti?
Kanti ingabe ngife ngabomu yini?
Mofu. Umuntu onganga ongela la funeral police.
Andithi ngafuna ukumfaka phela ku-wardrobe.
Mina nje uyambona nje ngikhona la. Lo msika wami njona lo. Mina phela nilayo i-funeral police.
Hayi
I-flex e-Old Mutual. Ngikhuluma nje khathesi so. Sebevule ichapele phela ndaba.
Sure.
Phela khathesi wena Mofandi ungavuka ubhujelo. Kumbe wena nje ungavuka ubhubhile khona lapha. Yeye. Iyakuthi grocery.
Okay.
Ikuthi transport.
Alright.
Ithi imota yokuthwala umuyi. Lawe singakuthwala nje khona lapha.
Kodwa akunje mina ngingumufu nginje. Ngingayikwanisa.
Hayi bo, fathi mina nginje lami nginje ngikhona lapha ngilayo. Ngofuna phela siyahle sivale khathesi nje ngiyokutshengisa.
Hayi asikunje.
Madube. Ngicela ungikhangelele emsikeni wami lapha ngiyabuya khathesi. Akusukume hamba njengomuntu ongela funeral police odinga i-funeral police lapha.
Ngiphosa ngafika kwathi.
Convenience in many ways on one platform. Welcome to mind.
My old mutual is great.
Insurance, investments, just on the banking.
My old mutual is great.
USSD, WhatsApp, okay, konapo.
My old mutual is great.
Insurance, investments, just on the banking.
My old mutual is great.
USSD, WhatsApp, okay, konapo.
My old mutual is great.
waba kukwanisa kuwa na maservices e-Old Mutual anosanganisira insurance, investment ne-banking all on one platform. Usebenzisa i-password eyodwa kuWhatsApp le-USSD. Chaya *227#.
Zita rangu ndinonzi Jennifer Maoni. Kampani yangu inonzi Asmus Investment. Tinofona maskuli, men and ladies. Ndakatanga kushanda ne-Old Mutual muna May 2017. Ndiri customer yavo yekutanga kutora loan. Ndakapiwa loan nekuda kwekuti ndakanga ndine basa raida mari kuti basa iroro riitwe riperi. Ndakwanisa kutora loan iyi kanoita kechi 6 ndichibatsirwa na relationship officer we-Old Mutual Finance. Vaindibatsira nekuuya vachiona kuti basa riri kufamba zvakanaka here, maorder angu ari kuenda nenguva here. Ndave neshop paEastgate Markets pandinoisa zvinhu zvandinenge ndasona kuti ndikwanise kutengesa ipapo, uyezve ndichihodha zvimwe kune vamwe vanenge vachiitawo mabasa avo emaoko. Ne-Old Mutual Finance unoenda kure.
Convenience in many ways on one platform. Welcome to mine.
My own vision is great.
Insurance, investments, just and banking.
My own vision is great.
USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo.
My own vision is great.
Insurance, investments, just and banking.
My own vision is great.
USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo.
My own vision is great.
waba kukwanisa kuwa na maservices e-Old Mutual anosanganisira insurance, investment ne-banking all on one platform. Usebenzisa i-password eyodwa kuWhatsApp le-USSD. Chaya *227# kumbe ukuthumela i-WhatsApp ku-0777 227 227 ukuthi wenze konke kuma i-Old Mutual.
Convenience in many ways on one platform. Welcome to mine.
My own vision is great.
Insurance, investments, just and banking.
My own vision is great.
USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo.
My own vision is great.
Insurance, investments, just and banking.
My own vision is great.
USSD, WhatsApp, okay, Konapo.
My own vision is great.
waba kukwanisa kuwa na maservices e-Old Mutual anosanganisira insurance, investment ne-banking all on one platform. Usebenzisa i-password eyodwa kuWhatsApp le-USSD. Chaya *227# kumbe ukuthumela i-WhatsApp ku-0777 227.
Mina ibizo lami nguJennifer Mahonye. Ikhampani yami ithiwa yi-Asmos Investment. Ngiyathunga ama-school uniforms, corporate wear, ama-curtain, ladies le-menswear. Ngaqalisa ukusebenza le-Old Mutual ngoMeyi 2017 lapho eyaqalisa khona ukupha ama-loan. Ngathatha i-loan yami yokuqala
We are not there to be comfortable. We are not there to say, look at me, I made it, I'm the only one here. We have a mission. And this mission will be further articulated this morning as we go through our program. We have people here from the central bank, financial markets regulators, commercial banks, microfinance institutions, insurance companies, asset managers, all facets of the financial markets space. And this is consistent with the new faces, new voices, third objective, and that is to increase the number and visibility of Zimbabwean women in leadership and decision-making positions in the financial sector. To repeat that because the reason we are here. Increase the number, visibility. I'm convinced we are many in financial services spaces. In fact, I suspect we are the majority. Maybe Gladys's stats will tell us, we'll dig deeper into the insights. I suspect we are the majority, but at what level? And is it a level where we are visible? I suspect not. So the number and the visibility has to grow up in decision-making. I was privileged, how many years ago, Lucia and others who remember at the Meikles launch? 8 years ago at the Meikles launch of New Faces, New Voices Zimbabwe chapter, where because of the way the universe works, myself and another sister, Chipo Mashingaidze, were MC at that particular launch. And I remember, and I continue to have goosebumps today, when the founder of Gracia Machel Trust herself spoke about visibility and voices, the voice of the woman. I was able to capture her clip as she said that. Not very good quality 8 years ago. I posted it on Facebook. To this day, it continues to challenge and inspire me because she spoke with such passion and experience of what it is women go through and how far we have come. In addition to the stat of 8 years ago, 1989 to 1995, I worked for Old Mutual. I cut my teeth in financial services with Old Mutual. Boy, did it look really different to what it looks like today. And I'm so excited. I recall my duty then in public relations was to ensure that board meetings and board lunches were seamlessly met. And my role as a woman in public relations was to visit the cab center, top floor, where the boardroom and dining room were located. My role was to tiptoe in the dining room area and ensure that preparations were in order. Male board members, 100%, who would then emerge from the double boardroom doors when the time came and be greeted by Farah Mpofu to the dining room after their deliberations of the morning. Name place cards would be in place. Salt and pepper silver service would be in place. Knives and forks, the requisite thumb or so from the edge of the table. Crockery, glasses, etc. The caterer, whose name I'll never forget, I think was Lynn Spence, a woman, amazing. She would be quietly doing her final touches in the kitchen just off the boardroom area, the board dining room area. Once the men emerge from the boardroom, my role would be to welcome, to have a quiet word with the person chairing, invite them to have a great lunch, and I would disappear. And that was the end of my role for that quarter. Boy, am I glad things have changed. Congratulations to all of you in this room who are commanding places, spaces in these places. But not only that, we hope that you are using your voices in these spaces to advocate for this room to become bigger and bigger and bigger. But of course, this is a closed function. It's an Old Mutual function. And I want to congratulate Old Mutual for having come so far in the last 25 to 30 years. And there are so many sisters holding powerful positions in those environments. Congratulations to you. New faces, new voices. There's a lot we can say about them. They are fortunate to have one of the most inspirational founders. And I think it is an appropriate time to ask ourselves, of all the people we are following on all the platforms that we are, how many of them are women who look like us, who are influencing in the various spaces that they are? And if we were to audit our social media platforms, what would we find, or who would we find on your phones and devices? Would we find that you're following me and Gladys and was it Oripa? And Olga? And Lillian? Or does your finger hover over Gloria and you say, no? You're smiling because you know the feeling. Why should I follow her? Maybe if she invites me, then perhaps I'll consider. I'll leave it for a day or two. I'm not going to dive at it. And then I'll follow her. My challenge is, let's all follow each other. Let's have conversations beyond this room with each other. Open the door so that I can come to your event and you can come to mine. No charge. New faces, new voices are doing this for us on a more formal and organized platform. Registered in 2016, they conduct an annual database, a survey of in leadership in our sector. Very important, because we don't even know how many we are and how formidable we are. And there are places up here for you to come and sit, ladies. Please come and fill in these spaces. We will have a presentation on the findings a little bit later. There are also booklets. Profiles of women in leadership in the finance sector, 22, part 1. And now, part 2. There are no other persons who are going to be featured in these, but the people in this room. My suspicion is you've received letters to participate. You've been invited to submit your bios. And you've said, I'll attend to this a little bit later. Who has done that? Hands up, there's no shame in that. Yeah, I've got a couple of hands up. This is urgent. And this is the business that you should be doing in your office. Not anything else administrative. Meeting deadlines to make other people happy, to make other people believe that you're performing. This is the business. Submitting your profile for other women, for yourself, for the network, for women around the world. So please, those who are delaying, please submit your amazing profiles and make sure they're amazing. Don't apologize. Don't put your head on the side as you're typing. Maybe. Some more hands up, maybes. No, no, no. You've done it, claim it, own it, submit it, and we'll publish it. Isn't that right, Lucia and others? They have a partnership with Old Mutual, and that's what brings us here today. On financial literacy education. Big 5, 1 money for MSMEs. New Faces, New Voices facilitates biannual roundtables under Women in the Finance Leadership Series, which brings together decision makers and women who are in this room to discuss, to network, to meet, because for some reason, women simply don't meet when they're not brought together by other people. So our room is filling up beautifully. Our formal program has begun, and I want to just acknowledge management for New Faces, New Voices, and management of Old Mutual who are here with us, all our guest speakers, and all of the participants who are here today. And I'll repeat that my name is Farai Mpofu. I'm responsible for investor education at the Capital Markets Regulator, Securities and Exchange Commission of Zimbabwe. We have formal welcome remarks from Dr. Lucia Mandengenda, who's the chairperson of New Faces, New Voices. Lucia, please join us. And for now, boys, you can kill the sound. Thank you. We may need to have the mic adjusted. Master of ceremony, once a banker, always a banker. New Faces, New Voices board. Our keynote speaker, the founder of the Gracia Machel Trust, Gracia Machel, the former deputy governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, Dr. Liwayo, Old Mutual, our partner, Women's Network, Women Leading within Old Mutual, the managing directors of the Old Mutual companies, and Gloria Jaravanu, MD of the insurance arm, Gracia Machel Trust networks across the continent that are connected today, women in the financial sector, yourselves, as leaders and managers, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, I welcome you. New Faces, New Voices is a Pan-African network of women in finance under the Gracia Machel Trust, based in South Africa. Zimbabwe is amongst the 16 countries with chapters on the continent. New Faces, New Voices, Women in Finance specific objectives are to increase women's access to finance and financial services, increase the capacity and skills of women to access finance as consumers and as entrepreneurs, increasing the number and visibility and influence of women's leadership in the financial sector. That is what brings us together today. New Faces, New Voices Zimbabwe is a convener, a facilitator, and advocate on financial inclusion. We collaborate with the central bank on national financial inclusion initiatives based on the first National Financial Inclusion Strategy and continue to do so with the recently launched phase 2 of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy. We've also conducted the gender deep dive analysis, which was the baseline for the first phase of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy. We also partner and collaborate with finance institutions, women's organizations, addressing demand and supply side issues in respect to financial inclusion. We are pleased with our partnership built with Old Mutual over the years, and we celebrate the launch of financial literacy amongst women in business with Old Mutual on the money curriculum, as well as we're pleased in terms of the women's network in Zimbabwe through the Old Mutual Zimbabwe office. We also envisage that will be an Africa-wide partnership and relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, the New Faces, New Voices Women in Finance Leadership series feeds into the objective of increase the number, visibility of women's leadership in the financial sector. That is yourselves. New Faces, New Voices Zimbabwe has facilitated various themed roundtables since 2016. The Women in Finance Leadership series is a platform and an opportunity for women such as yourselves in the financial sector, where there's regulators in banking, in microfinance, in insurance, capital markets, fintech, to network and exchange ideas on leadership and advance women's financial inclusion. In your spheres of influence, as different levels, you play a role in advancing, advocating, and championing women's financial inclusion. So you represent the other woman who has tried to knock on the doors of the financial sector, and perhaps those doors have not yet opened for her. You're decision makers, change makers, and influencers, and only you can advance and promote other women. New Faces, New Voices Zimbabwe, as mentioned earlier, conducts an annual database survey of women in the financial sector. Alongside facilitating national roundtables around the National Financial Inclusion Strategy annually, we also profile women in leadership as role models in the financial sector in the series. And it is my, as mentioned earlier, to share with you the 2022 edition. We have the first and the second edition. And I'm happy to say in our first edition for 2022, we have the current Deputy Governor of the Central Bank, Dr. Chipika, as well as the former Deputy Governor of the Central Bank, Dr. Kliwayo. And in the insurance sector, Grace Muradzikwa, Gloria Jaravanu, and many others, Dr. Sbongile Moyo, and other female CEOs and heads of departments in the broader financial sector. Our database survey, as you'll hear later on, reveals that women remain significantly underrepresented in the upper levels, the upper floor of the financial institutions. The majority of us, the majority of you are in positions of less than 5 years. There's a leadership gap that exists in the financial sector for women as decision makers, yourselves, and there's a lack of gender-friendly products to enhance women's financial inclusion. And best practice says representation of women in decision making is important, as well as the front line in the financial services sector, because it impacts on access to finance for women as clients. So this is a double-edged sword. Women need to ascend the leadership ladder, and your decisions and your influence also affect the extent of financial inclusion for women as consumers, entrepreneurs, and as clients. We invite more of you, as already mentioned, to participate in the core to enhance your visibility and your profile as we commission another 2022 as well as a 2023 database survey of women in the financial sector. Why is that? To establish really where you are. Are you at the top? Are you in the middle floor? or you're in the back office, and at best as branch managers. So ladies and gentlemen, this event is a platform to celebrate you, women as leaders, inspiration, role models, mentors, and pioneers in the financial sector, and thanking Old Mutual in terms of providing this platform today so that we can celebrate the women's network, that is women in leadership in Old Mutual Group, as well as women in leadership in the broader financial sector. I thank you. Thank you very much to Lucia Mandengenda, our chairperson of New Faces, New Voices. Thank you for those remarks, which resonate very much with the spirit of why we're here today and the membership of the participants in the room and represented. I wanted just to indicate that we have somewhere in the order of 6, 8, maybe 10 places available near the front of the room. Please feel free to get up from where you are and come to the front if you'd like to. And also those who are finding their backs are to the front, just swing your chairs around and make yourselves comfortable. I'd like at this juncture to invite our next speaker, and that is Kuda Mswaka. She is representing Old Mutual as head of strategy and reporting, and more importantly, as person of Old Mutual Women's Network, OWN. And we know that there's another OWN in another space in America, but it's all good. We are claiming it and we are owning it. Kuda, would you come up and deliver your remarks, please? Thank you.
Good morning. Guest of honor, Dr. Graca Michelle, New Faces, New Voices Chairperson, Dr. Mandengenda, and members of the board, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. First of all, I would like to thank you, New Faces, New Voices, Graca Michelle Trust, for this platform and the opportunity to share about the Old Mutual Women's Network. This is a network that I am proud to be associated with and an ambassador for within Old Mutual and beyond. The Old Mutual Women's Network was birthed as an initiative to buttress other key initiatives implemented by the Old Mutual Limited leadership. So this is right from our parent company in South Africa all across the continent. The network membership is limited to staff of Old Mutual, initially targeted women only, but recently we've seen the men join in, and this has increased our engagement overall with the men, and more importantly, enables us to do all that we can, as ultimately we cannot do it alone. We cannot do it without men. The network was relaunched in 2019 with a renewed purpose, which was to motivate and empower Old Mutual women to take ownership of their personal and professional lives and positively impact the business and the communities that Old Mutual operate. Immediately after the relaunch, the activities of the Old Mutual Women's Network were really limited and largely focused on internal initiatives. And these included training sessions to tackle important issues such as sexual harassment, gender-based violence awareness, and facilitation of networking events, provision of coaching, mentorship, and sponsorship. But as the women became more empowered as a network, their deep-rooted desires to begin to impact outside Old Mutual became stronger, and they began to ask themselves what they could do to leverage the Old Mutual brand and present it as a force for good. And this would largely be done connecting the Old Mutual Women's Network and Old Mutual to values that resonated with others in the community and society to ultimately deliver initiatives with. These thoughts birthed our first public initiative in July 2020. And this was the Old Mutual Women's Network virtual marathon themed Feed a Family. This initiative was in response to the COVID-19 pandemic at the time, and our reach of participants for this innovative way of delivering a marathon virtually was receipt of over 500 participants from all over the world, indicating an alignment of value and purpose. During the marketing of the event, we saw the power of the brand Old Mutual come through for us, attracting a number of potential partners for the event, resulting in a partnership with the British Council and Feed the City, a local charity established by locals in Bulawayo with a focus on feeding one's neighbor. The marathon proceeds and donations through our partners Feed the City and the British Council were used to provide food and other essentials for over 200 vulnerable families who had been impacted by COVID-19 in the Bulawayo area. Since then, as a network, we continue to leverage the power of the Old Mutual brand, the networks the brands afford us, and our personal brands as women and the few men within the network, using the influence to raise awareness on important issues for women and also to positively impact the community at large. Our success has been underpinned by partnerships, which are key for us, and they enable us to widen our reach and our impact. We continue to run campaigns for our staff to contribute to these initiatives through either donations of leave days if they have extras, or items such as sanitary wear for the benefit of young girls and women. Our relationship with Feed the City has continued to blossom beyond the virtual marathon, seeing us running a Donate a Day campaign in 21, with the proceeds again going to vulnerable members impacted by COVID-19 through this partnership. Some of the beneficiaries who benefited include Celebration Church Mutare Soup Kitchen, which serves the elderly community over 60 years from the Sakuva and Federation area, as well as the homeless community in Mutare. 205 household families in Gozi Mine, which is on the outskirts of Bulawayo. They received food hampers to sustain for a period of 30 days. We also provided food hampers for elderly and homeless in Epworth, Hopley, Kuwadzana, and Hatcliffe areas. We also provided toiletries and essential items for the benefit of over 500 prison inmates at the Mutare prison farms. The pandemic saw limited access to visitors for the prisoners, so this was such a key area for them during the lockdowns. For the Mutare prisons, 2022 has also seen us raise contributions again from the Old Mutual staff, and the proceeds were used to procure 500 meters in fabric for their new prison uniforms. And the handover ceremony included a celebration, lunch, and entertainment for the benefit of the inmates and the prison staff and leadership. Some of the other partners we have include UNICEF, where we jointly held a virtual event in celebration of the UN International Day of the Girl Child. This event was themed Digital Generation, Our Generation, in recognition of the rights of girls, the unique challenges girls face, and the need to empower girls. Our target audience was young people under the age of 21, and our guest speaker was a 12-year-old entrepreneur and student, Mati Machawira. She pursued her passion of baking, which in turn now generates a livelihood for her. Interesting enough, her savings over $2,000 and which is highly impressive. Together with her family, her parents and her brother, she shared her journey and the impact it had on others in her family and other children that she is in school with. Most recently, we ran a Donate a Pad campaign, delivering sanitary wear packs for 6 months plus to over 100 girls in Sape, Bulawayo, and Harare. For this initiative, we partnered with CMIS for a hygiene talk, Sibongile Nkosi from Amazing G, and the Bulawayo Junior Mayor to address on stigma issues. So it is important that men are at the table to discuss the issues that we face as women. Our most recent event in September 22, we hosted a live chat on the new Marriage Act. a truly empowering session for both men and women, raising awareness of the changes to the Marriage Act, which was brought into law in May 2022. Some of the changes include the recognition of civil partnerships by the new act, and the potential implications were flagged, and there was some discussion had on the interventions that men and women can adopt to empower themselves. My final words, going forward, as the Old Mutual Women's Network, powered by Old Mutual, we remain focused on the empowerment of our women and helping them find their voice through initiatives such as coaching and mentorship, developing them such that when they're at the table, their voice is loud enough and they are heard, providing them with opportunities to deliver initiatives that also impact their communities positively. We are focused on maintaining and increasing our partnerships to grow our reach and our scale. The partnership of Old Mutual and New Faces, New Voices is an example of that. Today, please do follow the Old Mutual Zimbabwe Facebook page and access information on events on the Old Mutual Women's Network. Our upcoming event is the Marriage Act Part 2, backed by popular demand, which is scheduled to take place on the 18th of November. Join us in our quest to make a difference in the lives of women in this beautiful nation of Zimbabwe. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kuda, for those remarks, powerfully and passionately delivered. How many of us have 2,000 USD in savings? And yet we are the leaders of the financial services sector. A 12-year-old is beating us hands down, but it's really, I think the future is very bright based on the various examples and illustrations that Kuda gave us. Congratulations on the work of OWN, powered by Old Mutual. I noted that, and I wonder what it actually means in the background. Thank you so very much. So at this juncture, we are expecting our keynote speaker to join us virtually. And while we are managing that in-person virtual transition, I will go ahead and read the introduction, which will introduce us to Gracia Machel. You've heard it many times, so you've seen her very active in many fora, but I think it bodes well for us to just give a summary of what would be said about her in the various fora. We've seen her very busy in Rwanda. I've recently seen her in the Nordic countries. Presumably she's back home now, I am not certain, but her work does not seem to stop. And this work is for women in this room, for women in the areas that we come from. Welcome. AFC, women who are not represented here. And the responsibility is for us to take the word out there, but also to ensure that they have a voice and they have the visibility in our numbers. So as we are changing over, let me read this citation. Gracia Machel is one of the world's leading advocates for women's and children's rights and has been a social justice and political activist for many decades. She established the Gracia Machel Trust in 2010 as a Pan-African advocacy organization focused on children, health and nutrition, education, women's economic and financial empowerment, leadership, and good governance. The trust has worked to, and I quote, multiply the faces and amplify the voices of African women and children. She also founded and serves as president of the Foundation for Community Development and the Zizile Institute for Child Development. She lends her expertise to a number of organizations in a governance role. She serves as board chair of the Africa Child Policy Forum, Board Chair of the African Center for the Constructive Resolution of Disputes, Board Chair of United People Global, as well as Executive Chair of the Mandela Institute for Development Studies. Gracia Machel is a board member of the South African Future Trust, SAFT, Mo Ibrahim Foundation, the Kofi Annan Foundation, and Education Above All. She is board chair emeritus for the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn, and Child Health, and is a UNICEF Young Persons Agenda Global Advisory Board member. She's a trustee of the Nelson Mandela Children's Fund. She also sits on the Jack Ma Foundation's Africa Business Heroes Advisory Board. Additionally, she is the Chancellor of the African Leadership University and the Sustainable Development Solutions Network Leadership Council member. I wonder if she's up, and indeed she is. Welcome, the founder of the Gracia Machel Trust. I'll hand over to you and the supporting team that you have there. Welcome, and over to you. Kofi Annan Foundation and Education Above All. She is. Welcome. She is board chair emeritus, founder for the Partnership for Maternal, Newborn, and Child Health. I'll hand over to you and the supporting team that we have there. Welcome, and over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Farai. I will request that the audience forget about this long introduction. It always embarrasses me. I have to tell them to cut it down. I don't like it at all. You know, what is important for me is just to be considered Mama Machel. That's it. I must say I feel inadequate to address you this morning. I wish I had made it to come in person to Harare, because following the introductions and what I can feel from here as the environment within the room, I would have been able to benefit much more if I had been able to join you personally. So I apologize for that. I think Farai and Dr. Lucia and Kuda facilitated my job. So I'm not going to give a keynote address. I'm going just to make some considerations of what I'm proud of in what you are doing in Zimbabwe, and then perhaps make some suggestions of some of the issues you have to take into account in future. I'd like to say really my warm congratulations to New Faces, New Voices Zimbabwe for the way you have been able to keep the fire burning. You are a very good example of what New Faces, New Voices is expected to do in each one of the 17 countries, perhaps 16 now, countries where our network is present, and sometimes very active, as in some countries less active. I say congratulations because you established this series, and you make sure that you really keep the fires burning. You don't allow people to relax. You remind them what we have to do together, what we have to achieve. I like very much the database annual survey, which keeps us knowing where we are, where we stand, and it facilitates then to say where we should be going next. I'm thrilled to know that you have the profiles now. I hope you will be sending them to me because I'm curious. I'm burning to read those profiles. You know, we Africans are not good in writing about us. We are too shy. And I'm very proud that you took up the challenge. You have begun. And I heard, I think it was Farai, encouraging much more ladies to offer your profiles. Put it in writing. History is made by those who write. Oral tradition will be forgotten. But I think it's really important that we celebrate one another. We send messages of encouragement to others, and particularly to our young women. They will look at this and say, oh, I can do it, and I can even do better. And that's precisely the reason why it's so important to have those who are beacons of success, so that we will achieve much more transformations within, in this case, within the financial sector. I want also to congratulate New Faces, New Voices Zimbabwe for having established this strategic relationship with the Old Mutual. You are, as much as I know, you are the first network of New Faces, New Voices which has established this kind of partnership with an insurance company, if I'm correct. With many of our networks, they have not been found the way of bringing insurance to be part of the discussions on financial inclusion. We talk much more with the commercial banks and sometimes with the microcredit institutions, but not necessarily with the insurance. So congratulations. And from what I have just heard, it is a powerful partner with a series of initiatives which definitely it enriches our own perspectives of what we should be doing with our own networks. Now, let me remind you of the reason why we have New Faces, New Voices. This was a bold initiative started 2008, 2009, when the global financial crisis was on the agenda and everybody was talking about the reconstruction, whatever. There were lots of and I remember very well, I called a group of young and brilliant women like you and say, you know what? I want your faces and I want your voices there. I don't see the faces and voices of women. And there will not be an effective restructures of financial sector if women are not there. I'm saying this because you are a very clear example of how you took the hit. Now you are there in numbers. It is the beginning of a process which I hope is going to broaden and it's going to deepen. And at the end, we should also remember that it's not only about numbers at the top, which is extremely important, is the beginning, but we need to transform the financial sector. That's the reason, to transform it and make of women feel comfortable to say they are at home within the financial sector. They lead the financial sector. And as one of the young ladies in one of the big meetings we held in Tanzania told us, she said, Mama, we don't want to sit at the table because that table was not designed for us and we were not part of designing it. We want to redesign the table. And this is what I want to talk about today. Is that, yes, I congratulate you because you are already in some positions of power within the financial sector. But now the next and much more challenging task is how do we transform this system? To transform it so that the table is redesigned with us. And we are not being just invited to the table. No, we make the table for women and for men. And that transformation is extremely important. It's not like from now on, the society will be used to see the face of women in financial institutions. That is important. It's the first step. But what is coming next is that men as well have to change, have to recognize the brain power of women, the creativity of women, the leadership of women in the financial sector, and accept and feel comfortable that it is the right thing to share. It's not a question of doing a favor. It is a space in which each one of us, men and women, have the right. It's our right to be there. So now sometimes we feel like we are being tolerated. It's our space. It's our right. And we have to be accepted. Which requires now the conversations, which have to move from numbers to how we transform the system. The system has to look at women at the top, in the middle, and the grassroots as the power the nation needs to achieve higher levels of performance in the economy. So it is in the benefit of the whole society to value and center the contribution of women at all levels so that we will achieve better results in the economy, and that will lead us to social justice. So as you debate the 2022-2026 financial inclusion strategy, keep working on the numbers of women in leadership positions. But more than that, identify what are the issues which have to be transformed. In other words, what are the obstacles which have to be removed so that thousands and millions of women will have access to financial resources? You are the pioneers because you are taking the lead. But remember, it is about the millions of Zimbabwean women who perhaps today do have a financial identity. I learned that Zimbabwe has, in terms of financial inclusion, in having an account, it is very high on the continent. It's over 80%. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's 83%. That's fantastic. Very few African countries have that level. But having the financial identity is the beginning. Now is how do you use that identity to get the resources in your hands, to be able then to develop your initiatives. So financial inclusion is the first step for us to be able to get resources and manage resources, build wealth for all of us, especially for women. That's the objective of New Faces, New Voices. So I want to challenge you together with the central bank, with whom you have already a very good relationship, to identify the obstacles which have to be removed within the financial system so that in leadership, but quite rightly, as it has been mentioned, as consumers, as entrepreneurs, and as clients, women take a center stage. Take a center stage. And we'll do it as we have started, step by step, but that's where we are going. Women in leadership is exactly to unleash the leadership capacity of women, which many times it's much more compassionate. Women connect very well their minds and their hearts. In any decision they make, they see the human face, which is going to be impacted by the decision they make. So unleash your leadership skills and leadership style in financial institutions so that they will be much more serving our nations, that is serving the half of our nations which has been so far included, women. That's one point I wanted to make. The other one which is important for me is we need to have the surveys which you do now going to analyze how women are getting access to finance sector by sector, in agribusiness, in tourism, in mining, you name it. I mean, you'll decide what are the strategic areas of decision of economic development in Zimbabwe you want to start with. But we need to see the sectors opening up for women and giving opportunities to women to exercise their business in a way that can be successful. So we need to do this kind of surveys sector by sector. And our advocacy then will be one, as leadership within the financial institutions. I continue to insist on this, but now access to finances sector by sector. Where are the women? How they are managing, and again, remove the obstacles with each one of these sectors. The third one because I want to be long, the third one I want to say is, girls, it's extremely important that you occupy positions of leadership. But you have to define for yourself that more than being good managers and high-level managers, you have to own resources. You have to own assets. So you have to look around and say, how many women in Zimbabwe, they own business? And if they own business, how did they grow within the business to become big business? That's the end game of New Faces, New Voices. It's to, yes, multiply the faces, amplify the voices in the financial sector, but use that as an entry point to multiply faces, amplify voices of women in all economic areas of our nations. There's no go area for us. And we have to be clear of the strategic development areas in the country. We have to look where the face of a woman, where the voice of a woman in that sector. And we create mechanisms to support those women so that they grow their business, they become influential, as you are already in the financial sector, influential in mining, in agribusiness, in tourism. I'm just mentioning some of them, but many other sectors. We need to see the face and the voice of women at high level. That's the mandate I want to leave with you. And I'm very happy today because you have given me very good news. And I feel, yes, there is progress. We just need now to be much more rigorous in the definition of the targets we want to achieve in this new strategy, which has been adopted. And I look forward to have an opportunity to really spend much more time listening to you first. I have to listen. And in listening together, we strategize even better in terms of where we go in the next 5 years, next 10 years. And you know that your mission will not be achieved before you have hundreds and thousands of women in position of power in the economy, in position of leadership in the economy, owning resources, managing resources, removing those obstacles which will really create social justice for us, and more importantly, for our children and our grandchildren. Our adolescents have to stand in a much better platform than the one you have to start, and let alone to talk of me. I'm much more older. But even you are struggling. So they have to struggle much less. And it's us to open, the way for them to not have to struggle so much, just to affirm and assert their rights. And I want really to remind you, don't be satisfied with joining the table. Redesign it. Make it yours. Make your aspirations be felt and be implemented in each table where decisions are being made. And remember, we are to change the systems. And changing the systems, we are building social justice for our nations, particularly bringing women at the center of the decision-making, of the economy, of reaping the results of our collective labor as citizens of each one of our countries. Congratulations. Well done, girls. I'm really very happy. You gave me very, very good news. It's a pity that I didn't, I was asked to speak before you present the Women in Leadership Database Survey, which will come much later. But I'll make sure that it is sent to me, because if I have some comments, then I'll come back to you. Well done. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for your wonderful remarks and your encouragement. You've energized the room. You have given us food for thought, and you are very consistent. You spoke about thousands and millions of women 8 years ago, confirm. You spoke about voices and visibility 8 years ago. You spoke about women at the center, and you connected all this under the banner of social justice. We are not doing it just for the sake of it. We are doing it as we drive towards social justice. Ma'am, we cannot thank you enough. And I'm trying to figure out from you whether you are remaining with us, both in audio and voice, or you have another engagement following this.
I will be listening on and off. But I'll try to follow, but unfortunately I can't stay up to the end.
That's wonderful. Thank you so very much. I wonder if you want to give another round of applause for the presentation. We will be transitioning to a presentation by Dr. Charity Liwayo, but I wondered, Lucia, with your permission as board chair, whether it's appropriate to have a few immediate responses to the presentation we've just had, possibly from two persons by way of participants. One mic, please. Hand up those who wish to respond and give us the benefit of their reflections. Please put up your hand. We'd like to manage this quite quickly. Are you still percolating? Are you speechless? Are you inspired? There's a hand up in the corner. I know, I felt the same way 8 years ago. I feel the same way today. Thank you very much. There's a hand near the Old Mutual banner. Please identify yourself and make your remark. And can the second person get ready? Just put your hand up so we know where you are. Over to you.
I'm Shawani Doma. I am from Old Mutual, the life company, and I'm glad to be here. And I am so happy that Mama Gracia Michelle gave her insights into what she thinks about women in leadership. I'm very encouraged, and I look at her I look at her age and say, where did retirement come from? If she had retired, there are children that would never have gone to school because she's heading the foundation that sends less fortunate children to school, and she's encouraging us to do the same. And we sit here and say there is a retirement age. I'm challenged. Thank you.
So I have a hand here. Is there another that I haven't seen? Please, can the mic come here to Kuna?
Thank you, Dr. Gracia Michelle, for the very wise words. And I love the point raised by Farai around consistency. I think a key takeout for me was the point and the challenge that she gave us around identifying the issues that need to be addressed to give women access to finance. And further on, she stated that we need to do a survey to actually look at how women are accessing financing on a sector-by-sector basis. I think when I remember the last New Voices session at the Holiday Inn, I met a lady from Fidelity Gold. And the question I asked her was around, financing for women in mining. And she actually advised that there is financing available for women in mining, but it is not accessed. The women do not access the finance due to the fact that, the business itself of mining is very high risk. But that is one of the key sectors in this economy, expected to drive our economy going forward, to bring the wealth for the country. So this survey, I think, is well overdue and would be a very important one in terms of getting us as women to begin to own the resources, as she says, which is the end game, and giving us more power. Because at the table, I think your voice is amplified more when you are backed by resources. So definitely, I think it's a fantastic takeaway for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Gladys, the mic needs to go to Priscilla, the front center table. And I suspect if we have Dr. Charity Liwayo on standby, she's joining us virtually. We'll be switching to her after Priscilla's comment.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Good morning, ladies. I really enjoyed the presentation from Mama. And I think what touched me the most was the thousands and the millions of ladies. And as managing director of AFC Land and Development Bank, as a DFI, I do a lot with rural women who are in agribusiness. Did you know that in our country, we've got more than 3 million households who are out there, and most of them are headed by women. And these women use agriculture as a means of survival on a day-to-day basis. Being in that space where women are grouped, and even through the irrigation schemes that our government is empowering, it's given me an opportunity to see that even those ladies at rural level can be empowered through us who are, sitting at the high tables in financial institutions. So I really liked the thousands and the millions of ladies. We've got to get there together. Thank you.
I'm sure you feel the same. I see Chen there is very contemplative. Hazel is having a quiet natter with the person next to her. Comment from Ida? Thank you. Can I have confirmation whether we have our next speaker queued?
Okay, good morning, ladies. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And I'd like to echo as well what colleagues said in relation to the remarks we just heard from Mama. Very encouraging, very inspirational. For me in particular, the mantra of multiplying the faces and amplifying the voices. I think as women, it's high time we change the narrative of pulling each other down and wanting to take the center stage as individuals, but as a collective, we will be able to go a longer way and our impact will be much more sustainable. So thank you very much for the words, and I'm very inspired, and I'm looking forward to also do my bit in multiplying the faces and amplifying the voices, particularly of the rural women. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those spontaneous contributions. They are not easy after such a powerful presentation, seemingly unscripted and from the heart, such powerful delivery. Not an easy act to follow, but thank you very much for putting your hand up and giving us the benefit of your share. Gloria, can you hold your comment until you come in to speak officially? Is that okay? Good. And please remember that this event is being live streamed on the Old Mutual page, is what I've gathered. YouTube, YouTube, Old Mutual YouTube, great. So if you do want to go back to see what it is you said or didn't say on this day, go to Old Mutual YouTube channel. So we have queued our next speaker. As we said, these are people, women in financial services sector, who are featured, like all of us desire to be featured in the book that is being compiled in parts. As the profiles are submitted to New Faces, New Voices, there's space for all of us. And we've already said, please do your profile, your bio as a priority. Send a great pic, not the pic that you're not too sure about, have another one taken and send it through so that we can include you in the compilation. It's very important. And again, you've heard it mentioned by our keynote speaker. Former Deputy Governor of the Reserve Bank, who is central to New Faces, New Voices, both here and elsewhere. She will give us the benefit of her thoughts on the journey as a woman in financial services sector, the milestones, the achievements, the challenges, the importance of women's financial inclusion. And I think Priscilla has summarized it eloquently. 3 million households headed by women. Are we going to get there in our lifetime? The importance of having women leaders in places of influence. Our sphere of influence. The role and contribution that we play as we go about waking up in the morning, showing up, ending the day, and do everything else that we do. So it will be over to Dr. Charity Liwayo for now, and she will be followed by Gloria, who is in the room. And please don't forget the remark you wanted to make before you go into your own presentation. So Dr. Liwayo, there you are, over to you.
Thank you very much, Master of Ceremonies, Mama Graça Machel, New Faces, New Voices chairperson and team, Old Mutual team, esteemed leaders, women leaders in the financial sector. It is my singular honor and pleasure to have this platform to share with you my experiences as a woman leader, as well as what I believe are key nuggets for women leaders in the financial services sector, a sector that is dear to my heart. Before I share my summary of my journey, I would like to take this opportunity to start off by appreciating Mama Graça Machel, who is my role model, for inspiring me to get involved in issues of women economic empowerment in a big way. In 2015, I was attending the Alliance for Financial Inclusion Global Policy Forum in Mozambique, where Mama Machel was a keynote speaker. Her speech on the importance of financial inclusion and the role that New Faces, New Voices was making in promoting empowerment of women across the African continent instantly changed my life. As deputy governor at the time, my focus in the central bank was around financial sector regulation and oversight of exchange control. Listening to Mama Machel, I realized an opportunity to broaden my sphere and get involved in life-changing matters. From there, I started leading the country's financial inclusion agenda, culminating in the development of our first national financial inclusion strategy, which was implemented during 2016 to 2020. The second national financial inclusion strategy was launched a few days ago. On my return from Mozambique at the time in 2015, I contacted the person responsible for setting up New Faces, New Voices in Zimbabwe to discuss how the network could be fully established in Zimbabwe. Subsequently, I was appointed chairperson of New Faces, New Voices, the Zimbabwe chapter, and we set up the trust in 2016. Since that period, I'm proud to have led implementation of a number of initiatives to promote women economic empowerment, including the following: facilitating the signing of an MOU with the Reserve Bank to conduct a gender deep dive analysis of FinScope surveys, which then provided baseline data on the level of financial inclusion of women in Zimbabwe, a key input in the development of the National Financial Inclusion Strategy 1. MOUs were also signed with women's organizations. As already indicated by our chairperson, New Faces, New Voices has conducted a number of roundtables. I won't say much about that. I'm also pleased to share that I have now been appointed as a member of the Graça Machel Trust Expert Leaders Group. Women are an untapped resource. In general, I believe that globally, the women segment is an untapped resource. As you would know, about 70% of people who live in absolute poverty in the world are women. About 2/3 of the adult world population which cannot read are women. In Zimbabwe, women constitute 52% of the population, hence no meaningful development can take place unless their interests are fully considered. In recent decades, there have been global calls for greater gender equality while enhancing the need to close the gender wage gap. Over the last few decades, women are increasingly becoming a powerful force in corporations, in the community, as well as the economy. According to the Global Gender Gap Report of 2022, women's share of senior and leadership roles has seen a steady global increase over the past 5 years, 2017 to 2022. Global sector parity for this category reached 42.7%, the highest gender parity score. The Global Gender Gap Index data measures the share of women and men who occupy professional and technical roles, as well as senior officials and manager roles. Although tremendous strides have been made in this respect, there is still a fundamental lack of women in leadership roles. Women in most cases still remain an untapped source of talent, experience, and leadership. In Zimbabwe, although considerable progress has been made towards gender parity, particularly enunciated in the national constitution, as well as other global, regional, and national declarations, a lot still needs to be done to promote their representation in leadership positions. The working and leadership landscape is changing, and the business world is no longer just a men's game. However, competing in this challenging environment is no walk in the park. In several cases, women, including you as women leaders in the financial services sector, need to break from the chains of limiting belief patterns and societal or religious conditioning that have traditionally kept them suppressed and unable to realize their full potential. What are the challenges for women leaders, as I have observed? Although I can see the potential that you have as women leaders, I am also cognizant of the challenges that you face as you either work towards climbing the ladder or as you execute your duties. From experienced women leaders who have been making strides in their journeys over the years, to upcoming young ladies looking to make a serious impact, women in leadership still face numerous challenges. These include the fact that men in leadership are still the majority and are generally not open to being joined by female voices. Women are considered to struggle with the work-life balance. Women are considered to be emotional and that they have limited professional support networks. Another main challenge is inadequate access to sponsorship, particularly for entry-level women, which becomes a barrier to advancement. Entry-level women are less likely than men to have managers who act as their advocates and help them identify opportunities to pursue, nor do they receive senior leaders' advice on advancement or navigating organizational politics as frequently as do men. Yet this is the stage they require a lot of support from both male and female leaders. I was pleased that at Old Mutual, their women's group, there are also men in that who are coming to join them. I think this will help because both sides need to work together. How do you get to leadership positions? From my experience, succeeding at the highest level in your institutions should be top priority in your agenda. However, balancing between family, work, and social responsibilities is of paramount importance. You should be able to perform your duties of organizing the home, participating in social and community activities, while producing high quality work at the office. You need to maintain the highest level of professionalism at all times. In this regard, be upright, be responsive, be positive-minded, provide guidance, be punctual, be reliable, dependable, be responsible and accountable. These are some of the attributes that I've noticed can work. You need to aim to produce high quality work at all times. In this regard, display knowledge. Whatever you do, do it well. Hard work produces results, it pays. Show expertise, strive for excellence, it will be noticed. Sometimes due to cultural issues, it might take long. Be determined. Know what you want to achieve. Set your goals and targets for yourself and work towards them. Remain focused. I could share a few examples, but perhaps in view of time, maybe I will just share one. For example, in terms of determination, when I obtained a place to do a PhD, I traveled to the UK with 2 little kids, 2 years and 1 year old. The British Council lady, since I had a British Council scholarship, who came to the airport to see me off, asked me the question, how are you going to manage to do a PhD with these 2 little children? And I just said to her, I had actually been advised to leave the children and go to do the PhD, but I'm going to take my children because I need to do both. I need to do the PhD and I need to look after the children. The children will forget me when I come back after 3 years, and I will do it. And I did it. Exhibit confidence as you deliver your work. Show confidence so that people have faith in what you are doing. If you are an expert in something, provide leadership in it, put forward your points and justify them. You should show leadership qualities by leading projects, leading committees. Initiative is key. Bring up new ideas, new methods. It should be clear when an opportunity arises that it is you who qualifies. I can give an example that I submitted various memoranda at the Reserve Bank just to offer my inputs, recommendations, when I thought there was need to improve on an area. I did not sit back, and I know that it pays. If you have a contribution to make which you believe will result in improvement of the organization's operations, discuss and escalate the issue through your supervisor. Sell your idea. Don't be afraid to take calculated risks. I understand and learn to communicate your value. Although success is generally attributed to hard work, it is important to have a strong sense of confidence and be strategic in how you communicate your worth and accomplishments to those who matter. Women leaders should do more to uplift other women. That is very important. Do not leave anyone behind. Give back to the community. Support other women to succeed through economic empowerment initiatives or voting other women into power. There is consensus that empowering women is empowering generations. What is the importance of women leaders in the financial sector? As you are aware, in many countries across the globe, including Zimbabwe, men still make up the most of management ranks. Yet women leadership is critical to the success of the financial services sector through bringing in gender diversity to the decision-making table. And I can say this from experience, that you need to have women at the decision-making table if we are to make a difference. And I'm talking from experience. May I also remind you that as women leaders, you are game changers, you are frontline cadres, which give you a unique opportunity to bring about positive change. You are well positioned to be influencers of policy, to drive the financial inclusion and economic empowerment agenda for the country. As you fully understand the needs of women, and you can therefore be advocates, giving voice for the voiceless. So to this, I can say, as women leaders, women's financial inclusion is in our hands, and each one of us should do their part. In conclusion, I will leave you with the following quotable quotes. A woman is the full circle. Within her is the power to create, to nurture, and transform. How wrong is it for a woman to expect the men to build the world she wants rather than to create it herself? A woman with a voice is, by definition, a strong woman. I will stop here and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Over to you, Master of Ceremony.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Liwayo, for being with us, for a clear and concise delivery. For those nuggets, which many of us perhaps would not have heard because we didn't have the chance to interact with you face to face, but here you are sharing these with us in this forum. I am certain there are one or two who would like to respond in a way that is better than I would have responded as we get ready to welcome Gloria, who is in person, Gloria Jaravano, MD of Old Mutual Insurance. What response do we have? I have Gladys here. Where's the mic? Please assist us, Gladys at the back, to give Gladys the mic here. And if there's a second person, please put your hand up so we know where you are. I see you there. Okay, the mic will come back to you. Thank you for those two reactions. Gladys, you will start in the front.
Thank you very much, Dr. Liwayo, for the powerful presentation. My comment is on the work-life balance. I call it having life harmony. So it is just to encourage us as women, as we are in the empowerment journey, that we know our positions in the home, because we need the support of our families if we are to be powerful leaders. So it's just to encourage us that you are a CEO, but you are not the CEO in the home. So as we work to go on the high levels of leadership, let's remember that our work positions are not our home positions if we are to be great leaders in our spaces.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please remember to identify yourself when you make your remarks and provide us with your reflections. What happened to them? Ah, there we are. The mic should be there. Thank you. Is that mic working? Okay.
Thank you. I was very much encouraged. My name is Chieza Kufandada, or Sassy Lady. I sell ladies' shoes and accessories. So when I go to work every day, sometimes people make me feel unprofessional because I go with my baby. And because I want to, she's young, I want to mentor her before she goes to preschool. So I've been made to feel like I'm very unprofessional because I go to work with her. It's my business. This is my company. So I was so much encouraged when I heard her talk about her trip to the UK when she was going to do her PhD. And also I was very much encouraged, and I will more confidently go to work with my baby and manage the home, be a wife, a mother, and a businesswoman. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Gladys, you were scrambling in the corner. Were you wanting to make some gifts available to those who've contributed? No? Okay, thank you. Great. So thank you for those contributions. It is gift enough to have actually contributed and enriched us all as we listen to you. We will have some more questions for the quiz, for which you will be receiving gift bags from Old Mutual. I also want to say that you'll have already noticed that there is no tea break because we shifted everything around to accommodate arrivals, to accommodate our keynote speaker, and therefore there's water on your tables. Please help yourselves. Lunch is not far, but if you're like me, you're not really worrying about teas and food right now because we're enjoying ourselves so much and being so challenged. I also want to just reiterate that for those who may not already know, we are on Old Mutual YouTube channel. We are changing setup, I think, for Gloria's delivery. Things are happening on the hoof. So we'll sit together, Gloria. You won't be lonely up there. And we will have sound as well while we are doing that. And while we are transitioning yet again, and while we are still, in Mama Gracia Mashal's presentation, we are still in Dr. Charity Liwayo's presentation. We are wondering how it is a 1- and a 3-year-old can come with us to do our PhD. We can still take questions from the Old Mutual quiz and win something in the meantime. Shall we do that? This is a tricky one, but I'm sure there's someone who knows the answer. It says, at Old Mutual, we say we do great things, and your answer should be how often we do great things. We do great things. Hand up, microphone. I see Chen waving vociferously at the back. Please send a mic there for the answer. At Old Mutual, we say we do great things.
Every day.
Yes, absolutely. So Gladys, you have to now undo your little sack of goodies and make sure that Chen has one. She's from the RBZ. You forgot to introduce yourself. And another one, as we are setting up, true or false, Old Mutual now also offers funeral services. Who has the mic? I will let you choose, Sandra, where the mic goes.
Thank you. My name is Faye Shara. I'm a senior manager at FBC Bank Treasury, and the answer is true.
And since we've all woken up at the prospect of receiving an early Christmas gift, I shall ask another question. Name one Old Mutual shopping center. Name one Old Mutual shopping center. Gladys, you have a mic. Please pick somebody. Somebody new.
Eastgate Market.
Is that correct? For those who've just arrived, they may want to know what is in the gift bags because we have a few more. Then maybe you can up your competitive skills and participate more. So the last recipient, please tell us what you've won.
We have toilet bag. Toiletries bag. What's this? A charging port, charger.
These are all courtesy of Old Mutual. Thank you very much for your sponsorship.
Sanitizer.
Of course, for hosting this event. Sanitizer, yes.
Adapter pack.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much, Old Mutual. Anyone with a pressing and burning comment they wanted to make on Dr. Charity Liwayo's presentation? A burning comment, somebody who feels they must speak now. There's a hand up. Can you see it? Who has the mic? There's a hand up right there. Thank you.
Hello, it's me again. Yeah, I just wanted to say 1 or 2 words. A woman with a powerful, a woman with a voice is by definition a strong woman. Wow. I think that just inspired me. Look, whatever leadership you think you can do, you can't do it without speaking out. You cannot lead. You cannot be in leadership if you cannot speak out. Whatever you think, you can't do it alone if you don't share it So this voice thing just wrapped up the whole presentation.
Please keep the mic close to your mouth.
This just wrapped up her whole presentation. She encouraged us to get it out. Whatever it is we're thinking, let us get it out and be heard so that it can be implemented. Thank you very much, Dr. Liwayo.
Thank you very much for that contribution, for your immediate reaction to what you heard and how it touched you. We are transitioning into the second presenter of this particular section, Women in Leadership, Inspiration and Role Models. Our second special guest is Gloria Jaravano. She will introduce herself, but we will come here and sit together, and perhaps I can invite the chairperson, Lucia, who's currently deep in selfies, to join us. So that once we get to the end of the segment, we will perhaps have a few questions, remarks at the end of the session, and that way Gloria won't be lonely on her own up there. So Gloria, please make your way up. You will sit in the center. You will have a mic. Lucia will join us and we will flank you, and we'll go through this particular part of the presentation of Women in Leadership, Inspiration and Role Models. So this mic is live. Is yours live?
Yes, it is.
Wonderful. So let me at this juncture hand over to Gloria to take us through her discussion, her conversation. And Lucia and I are here really just for moral support if you need it, but I know you don't. You're quite fierce and fearless. And at the end of your presentation, I'm certain there'll be a few questions and comments which we can field and some which we can trigger between us. And we all have a mic, which is great. And yeah, once you've opened your device, and if you need our support to keep tapping on your machine, let us know. Over to you, Gloria. And remember your self-introduction and perhaps the comment you wanted to make after Gracia Michelle's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sis Farai, and thank you, ladies, for all being here. Let me start by acknowledging and applauding Mama Gracia Michelle for the amazing work that she's doing with new faces, new voices. I was particularly captivated by the fact that we want to multiply faces and we want to amplify voices. And what an amazing, amazing job that she's doing there. I like two things that she said. The first one was history is made by those who write. And when I look at the room, I'm seeing powerful women in financial services. And there is a devout shortage of information about financial services. And maybe we need to get writing. We need to start getting our pens out and write and put history down, because we are there and we are the people that are to do that work. The second thing that I liked what she said is that we need to be part of making the table. I loved that, because that's exactly what we did today, Sis Farai. When we threw away the navy blues, the blacks and all sorts, and came out with our hairs. I don't comb my hair, and I've seen some gray hair, pink hair. We are making the table. We are making the table. We are changing the environment, and we're making it suitable and comfortable for ourselves. That's what we ought to do. I also want to acknowledge you, Dr. Lucia. Thank you for keeping me company. And I think that's what as women we need to do. This is the kind of support that we must always have in the work environment, at home. You must always have people around you that are supporting you. I'm well known for saying that it should never be lonely at the top. We've been told that it's lonely at the top, maybe for men. But for women, let's not accept that. Let's create circles of vulnerability around us, people that we can talk to, vulnerable with, and get support and wise counsel and support as I'm getting up front here. So thank you, Dr. Lucia, for being here.
I also want to applaud Kuda and Old Mutual Network, powered by Old Mutual, and for all the, first for this partnership with Old Mutual and New Faces, New Voices, and all the work that they're doing to uplift women and communities. I think it's amazing work. Last but not least, I want to acknowledge and also applaud Dr. Charity Liwayo, who's just spoken before us. And she mentioned that she was instrumental in setting up New Faces, New Voices. I didn't know that bit, that she was the first chairperson. And we know very well that when she was deputy governor at the Reserve Bank, she was instrumental for setting up the strategy for financial inclusion. And, you know, she's also a board member of Old Mutual Zimbabwe. So we acknowledge, applaud, and celebrate her. This is the time you would clap for all the people that I'm. Okay, you know, I was just told to prepare something mostly about myself and my own journey in the financial services and what the journey has been, what the lessons have been, and what we're also doing, or what I would encourage that we continue doing to get the numbers up in financial services. And I'm just going to get to my notes. Technology tends to let you down at moments like this, but I'll get to it shortly. Yeah, so for me, I was told to prepare an elevator pitch and introduce myself, and I'm going to do exactly that. I had to write it down because I wanted to make sure that I don't leave out anything. So my name is Gloria Jaravanu, the Managing Director of Old Mutual Insurance. I'm a chartered accountant by training, and I'm proficient in all forms of financial management, whether it's corporate finance, corporate engineering, whatever it is, you name it. I'm a business law expert by study and also experience. I'm a risk manager, I'm an insurer. I'm a corporate governance expert. I've been a corporate secretary for many years. I'm a leadership coach by passion, and I'm a child of God by faith and by experience. I'm a difference maker whose life purpose is to use her knowledge, her skills, her experience, her wisdom, her opportunity, her relationships, her finances to positively impact the life of others through leadership, through motivational talks, through coaching and mentorship, through financial management advice, whilst earning money. I'd like to leave a legacy. I'd like to leave a legacy of impact and influence delivered through excellence, integrity, and faith. That's my introduction. So how did I land myself in financial services? It was mainly by default, really. When we were training at KPMG, you were bucketed into various sectors. So you would be put in the financial services sector or manufacturing or mining, whatever. That will be the area of your main expertise. So I was thrown into financial services sector auditing. So I audited banks, insurance companies, and the work. And, you know, one of the things that we're taught when we put in this particular, you know, pillar was that make sure that you have your black skirt, your navy blue skirt, your stockings always, and your black shoes. That's what we were taught. That's what, and your hair must be nicely pulled back and all that, because you're going to audit the financial sector. And indeed, when we went into the space during that time, very few women were there. But the few that were there, obviously, were conforming, right, to the environment that had been created, the environment where it's needed to be blue and black. And I'm glad that we've seen this transformation over the years where we've brought a lot of color into this. So because of that, when I finished my training, I went into naturally financial services, insurance. So, you know, by default, I became an insurer, starting with life assurance. In the finance space, finance director, then I became general manager in a short-term insurance company. And I left, I joined my profession, ICAS as the CEO, and then back to Old Mutual. That's just a short of the journey. But the things that I want to mention in this whole journey was that I'm a product of mentorship. I'm a product of women who have actually put in effort to support me, to develop me, and to coach me. So I was very fortunate that when I Nichols Diamond, I worked with Grace Maradzikwa, and I'm not ashamed to say that I graduated from the University of Grace, because that's exactly what it was. She taught us a lot, and she gave us a lot of confidence around us. And also, she let us, shine. She would make sure that the limelight is on you. She would make sure that you develop into whatever you want to become. And I really want to applaud such women. And why am I mentioning it? Because we need to have a multiplier effect of this. When we find spaces on these tables, yes, let's reorganize the tables. But as we do that, I think let's be in the overdrive to send the elevator down. Overdrive, sending the elevator down. So what am I saying? Send it down to pick more people to bring up. Do not take pride in saying I'm the only person on this board, I'm the only female leader. No. Let's create a multiplier effect. So if somebody has gotten you there by way of coaching, mentorship, just role modeling, do the same to others, and let's bring critical mass to the table. The people are there, the knowledge is there, the expertise is there. Sometimes all you need is a little nudge, a little bit of someone who has a confidence in you to bring you up. And I think we ought to do that. I was also fortunate when I was in 2012 to be selected by the US State Department to be part of the Fortune 500 Women Global Mentorship Program. Now, this program was absolutely transformational. My friends will tell you that I was never the same since I got back from it. I can see one of my longtime friends, Edith, right in front. I was sitting next to Carol, one of my longtime friends as well. That program changed me completely. So it was a women mentorship program where one of the facilitators was called Vital Voices. So very close to new voices, no faces, vital voices, that as women, we are vital voices in the communities. We are vital voices in the workplace. So the mentorship was all about making us very proud of who we are, giving us the confidence that we needed, and amazing. And because I rubbed shoulders with top women leaders in the US who spent time with me, little known me, spent time with me, teaching me, shadowing them, and so on and so forth, I realized the power of actually taking others up. So they set this thing up purely to identify leaders and potential leaders in developing countries, and bring them to the US and take them through a program and show them as much as they can show them over, I think, a 7 or 8 week period. And from that point, I was never the same. And the challenge that they gave us was, now we have equipped you, we have invested in you. What are you going to do? What are you going to do about developing others in your sector? I was fortunate that after that, I was seconded to Fidelity Investments, one of the big financial services companies in the US, and I got exposed to a lot of financial services. But in there as well, I noticed that there were very few women. So it's not just here in Zimbabwe or it's across the world. We need to do more to make sure that the vital voices come to the table. And once you're on the table, I think you need to give yourself a challenge that says, how many people have I brought to the table with me? And as a result of that, I do a lot of mentorship. I try to mentor young people, but mostly ladies, for that very reason, that I want to see them through. I want them to have that opportunity that I would have wanted as a young child, to have the opportunity to be exposed and given a way. And so when I was president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, I initiated the Women Chartered Accountants Network. It was aimed at purely that. So at the time, ICA's membership was about 15-20% female, and the rest were male. And I was the second president in 100 years. So you can, second female president in 100 years. So it was, something that was not being done. And that challenged me because when I looked at my peers, the other women, powerful ladies, I said, we have to do something about ourselves because only us can do something about ourselves. So we created the Women Chartered Accountants Network. We Can. Kuda is part of it by default, being a member. And it was aimed at profiling, promoting, and developing the female chartered accountant in various facets. So ever since 2016, I can tell you now that there's been 5 women in the presidium, and yet it took 100 years to get 2 women on board. But it's something that we need to be deliberate about and be very mindful that we need to be each other's keeper, and we need to, instead of pulling each other down, I think someone made a comment earlier on, we need to be very deliberate about who am I assisting and how am I doing it. So coming to a few questions that were posed to me, one of them was that what do we need to be doing as women in leadership to ensure that we improve financial inclusion in the country? I think there's a lot that's already being done. The Reserve Bank, as you've heard, has got a financial inclusion strategy. And so the banks have done quite well in that if you go to most banks, they've got women's desks. I think Priscilla can confirm that, and many other bankers who could be in the room. But when we come to the insurance space, I was very challenged. And again, sitting next to Carol, just yesterday was Carol is the MD for WFDR Risk Services, their broking firm. And we're saying, you and me would have done a disservice if we don't come up with a package that speaks to women in insurance. We need to do that. And we will do that. We will do that. And I did ask Dr. Lucy, I said, why do you think there's low take-up of insurance products by women? I thought she was going to say it's because they don't have a lot of assets. She says, because there's no packages that are specifically designed for them. And she was looking at me when there were statistics being shared about the women that hold assets, houses, the 3 million, 2 million that was talked about earlier. So the assets are there in the hands of the women, but we need to also find ways to simplify our products, communicate the product, and also package it in a cool, classy way that they'll be able to just embrace the product. So financial inclusion is more than just reducing this stubborn gender gap that we find in the area. I think it is more about empowering women to increase their financial autonomy, bargaining power, self-esteem, whilst also reducing their exposure to risk, and which is where we come in as risk managers to also do that. So narrowing this gap means we really need to be deliberate about promoting female leadership and as a key enabler of women's economic empowerment. So whilst playing a critical role in facilitating women to earn their own income, own assets, increase their bargaining power at home and in the public places, financial inclusion also contributes to development of self-esteem, as I've said, and also disrupting those traditional gender roles and expectations that were there before, because you're in the fold. And once you come in the fold, as has been said, we should then be the architects of our own profession. So we should not conform to the standards of what we found. Let's redefine it to make it comfortable for us to thrive in the spaces that we are in. So as women in financial services, what can we do to drive this agenda? I think this is one question that was posed to me. And what I'll say is, I feel the women in this room are more enlightened to areas of finance. You are more enlightened to where you can access funding. You can simplistically educate the other women. Ladies, if you're asked to come and speak at church, simply because you work in a bank, and take it up and go and simplify these products and help educate and help the other women understand and also know the channels and avenues they can use to also access funding and other things that they might need. In corporate, whilst we are in the boardrooms, the decisions around who to hire, the decisions around who to lend, if you're in a credit committee, the decisions around what products to push and so on are to be made by us. And we must have a contribution that has a bias towards what we want to address, which is to have more women included in financial services. So I was reading the RBZ report on financial inclusion, I think that they did recently, and I got challenged about some of the barriers that they were mentioning in that document, which are barriers to women financial inclusion. Simple things like education that I've mentioned, and also the fact that, you know, there's a labor bias in that for women, we have to be also in the workplace, we put in the work, but at home, we also quite some laborers, hey? We have to put some weightlifting at the home. So that whole story about balancing life and ladies, you can never put it in balance at a point in time. You can't put it in balance. You can balance it over a period of time. So what I would say there is that I think we need to focus more on living an integrated life, a life that ensures that all facets of your life are being taken care of at some point in time, and not all at the same time. Because if you try to do everything, I know we always say we are multitasked and everything, but if you try to do everything all at the same time, something is going to suffer. So we need to be able to prioritize and say, this needs me at this point in time, and this needs me at this particular time. Over time, you'll be well balanced. And I also just want to end and say, as we talk about integrated, reporting, ESG, those are the buzzwords in the world of the boardrooms at the moment. I want to encourage you ladies to lead integrated lives, to lead synoptic lives, if I can put it that way. If I just take the example of the synoptic gospels, you know them, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, right? They say the same stories differently. They say the same story from the experiences of different people. I would want to encourage you to have lives that are synoptic, where if we go into the workplace, it's the same person being described from a different experience, but the same person, not a different person. When you go to your home, when you speak to your husbands, children, they must say the same thing about you. The main things about you, the principles, the values, the way you conduct yourself in the same manner. If we go to your church, to your pastor, they must say the same. So live a synoptic life that, you know, people can say, yes, we are talking about the same person, seen from different angles and seen from different experiences. Thank you. I'll stop here, Farai.
Gloria, where to start? And I know that Dr. Mandengenda has a mic as well, which takes the pressure from me to say anything vaguely intelligent or to ask a question that is really amazing. But I just wanted to say, in all of that, you say, let's try and build a product that is good and classy for women in the insurance space. And that makes everything, it deconstructs everything and says, you know, at the end of it all, we are just people. And we want to have a good time. We want to be involved. We want to be engaged. We want to be spoken to as viable persons. And we want to live a meaningful life. Thank you for that very, very insightful reflection. Dr. Lucia.
Thank you, Gloria. I loved send the elevator down. Send the elevator down and make sure it comes up with people, right? I always say when I mentor women and also men, you'll be surprised. Actually, men clamor more to be mentored by me, and I'm looking for women to mentor. And people say I'm masculine because I worked in an all-male environment all my life. I also say, let another woman stand on your shoulders. And so when we were talking about the insurance product, I said that the corporate finance lecturer, you know, net present value, internal rate of return. So that's what you learn. I even wanted to be an actuarial scientist, highest paying job in the world then. Then I said, the practice on the ground, actually women are not taking up insurance products. You see them, burial societies, right? So what does that mean? There's a corporate finance way of doing insurance products, but the practice tells you they actually model their own way of safeguards against education, funeral, ailment, sickness in the home. So they do that at that level. So how do we as women in decision making tune into that and bring the corporateness and the actuarialness of what we offer to really tune in to what the market wants. But I hope more women are willing to also enter the elevator. I think that's also an important part. We can create spaces, open up avenues, but are women willing to enter the elevator and come up? So thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, so yes, I think that's a pertinent question. I really do believe that sometimes we also need to assist them to see that the elevator door is opening, because it's all about opportunity. And sometimes opportunities pass us by because we didn't notice them. So I think we also have a job to do. And that goes back to education. Whatever form you can educate in your community, in your workspace, you need to show. Sometimes if you can't perceive, you can only go as far as you can see. And sometimes we need to play that role that says, there is an elevator, it's open, get up on it, because some are not as confident. So this can talk to the workplace where there's a post that's advertised. I'm telling you, women, we second guess ourselves about applying, but the man, even if he meets one requirement, he's up there, he's already put in the CV. But women, if you don't meet 1 out of 5 requirements, you're already second guessing yourself. So I think we need to be each other's keepers in the workspace. If a post comes up and you believe somebody can do it, nudge them. I believe you can do it. Sometimes that's all that's needed for them to see the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Gloria. And we can't let you leave the stage without going back over what you said about mentorship. You said you're a product of mentorship, and you said you're a proud graduate of the University of Grace Muradzikwa. How many of us will it be said on our epitaph? She was a university in herself, and she produced many graduates from her own resources. As we've learned, she's doing all of this from her own resources. Let us all aspire to be universities in our own right who will issue life's qualifications to the thousands and millions of women. Thank you very much, Gloria. Thank you very much, Lucia. Please take your seats. We are transitioning again to another portion, a little bit behind of our presentation. We have Gladys, who is coming to take us through a much referred to presentation. She will be talking about the New Faces, New Voices, Women in Leadership Database Survey. You will be doing a PowerPoint, Gladys. So our screens will be in use. You will be using the podium, I take it, because it's easier. And after Gladys, we will be inviting Theodore Chinembiri to speak on the money, financial literacy. So those are the two presentations that will take us towards the end of our scheduled program for this morning. As I said already, we are running a little bit behind time, but not too much. And I'm certain the two presentations and the two presenters will be mindful of time. But I think this is an important area to pause on. The stats are important. What is happening on the ground is very important. And if we are to make interventions, we need to know what baseline we are talking about, what progress has been made, and where indeed the interventions are still required, where the push is needed, where the action is needed. So Gladys, if you're all set up, I will be taking my seat and you can take us through. Do you need this mic to connect Gladys on the podium? You've got another one. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I will take you through the stats of the Women in Finance Leadership Sector survey, database survey that was conducted by New Faces, New Voices Zimbabwe. It is a survey that we have conducted since 2021 to give us what the leadership looks like and why we're clamoring for more voices and more faces for women in finance leadership. We have acknowledged in the various speeches the importance of having women in financial leadership or in certain positions so that they are able to bring their voices to the decision-making table to empower other women, that the 3 million women that Priscilla has talked about, so that we are able to bring resources to the women into their hands, not just for livelihoods, but to be able to create wealth. And in a nation of Zimbabwe, where we have 52% women, we need the women's voices to make those decisions. We have heard that the women are more compassionate in making those decisions. And we will acknowledge that sometimes just the packaging that Dr. Lucia spoke about is not speaking to the woman, but the products are there, but are they speaking to the woman? And is she able to access them? And is she able to use them? And is she literate enough to use them? So our snapshot analysis of the women in leadership in Zimbabwe's financial sector is supporting the objectives of New Faces, New Voices to establish and analyze the percentage of women in decision-making positions in the financial sector. It is also to help us to advocate for their increase in numbers of women in leadership positions so that they help to drive women's financial inclusion. You, all of you sitting in this room, are the foot soldiers to enable the use and enhancement of women's financial inclusion. We had a sample size and that was administered to 105 women occupying leadership positions in the financial sector. Our target group were women on boards, our CEOs, our managing directors, heads of departments, directors and managers. It covered the central bank and other financial sector regulators, banks, microfinance institutions, insurance firms, capital market players, among others. We used a very simple methodology where we sent the survey form so that next time when you see a note, an online survey from New Faces, New Voices, kindly respond so that we increase these responses from 105 so that we have evidence-based numbers that inform where we are as women in this financial sector. And this form was also completed physically. And it's a very short form where it covered the type of organization, the age, level of education. You will see where it is important where we're talking about level of education and when we're asking the questions, why are the women not at the top? It's not even because of education. The number of years that they have spent in their current positions and organizations, the reasons why we have low representation of women in leadership, and the support required for women to overcome the barriers to achieving leadership. I'm sure you hear the resonating sound of mentorship that Gloria spoke about. So we have I have a presentation there. I'm not sure if it's very clear, but I'll speak to the numbers that came out of that survey. We have 57% of the women who responded coming from banks. I am sure it's no surprise. The banks form the largest number of employers are in the banks, and employees are from the banks. Although the microfinance institutions is 29% response rate, we have the largest number of microfinance institutions at over 100. We also have responses
from the insurance and asset management firms, advisory firms, which are at 3.8%. The regulators of the sector at about 2%, Bureau de changes and fintechs making up the rest. The age of our respondents, our age range was between 20 to 55 years, and most of our respondents were between the age of 36 and 45 years. 30% of our respondents were 46 to 55 years, and just above 20% being 20 to 35, and 4.2 above 55. It also shows that in this leadership positions, there is need to include and target younger women who are between the ages of 20 and 35. And when we come to looking at who is at the top, the survey reveals that we have less women. We have about 5% being at CEO, director, and MD level, and only 1.9% being at board level. The middle management, about 30.5% being in middle management. There is a low representation of women's voices and views at strategic making decisions. And at that level, Zimbabwe is lagging behind the global average of 24%, but 24% is still not a good number. There is that gap. The low representation, what are the reasons for that? Most of the respondents cited that they lack exposure, networking, access to opportunities for growth, and some of them are held back by occupying multiple roles, intersecting roles as mothers, and with young children, it becomes difficult at a young age then to apply for those jobs. They have no mentorship. Well, that's when we have been challenged to also to open our own universities, mentoring the next women, the next woman to you. I am also, I'm a student of certain mentors around this room, and I have benefited from women that have nudged me in my life, and some of them younger than me, some of them older than me. Our director of ceremonies, I just used to look from afar, say, oh, maybe one day I'll be able to speak like Farai. I'm not yet there, but I am already speaking. I stand on shoulders of other women, including Dr. Lucia Mandenge and Dr. Charity Liwayo at New Faces, New Voices. Somebody opened an opportunity, a door for me, and said, nudged me and said, can you go and do this work? I'm like, can I? Oh, well, you can only get the job if you've applied for it. So I decided, and I applied for it. And I'm speaking to all of you and nudging you to go ahead and do what you're supposed to do. I've been speaking about financial inclusion. I thought myself, well, I've done my part. And this is a new chapter in my life, and I'm absolutely enjoying it. And gives me time to spend with my 16-year-old who's living home. But at the same time, people ask me, what did you do with SME finance? I say, yeah, but that's financial inclusion. And I did my part. And I'm doing this part on this side of the table and this side of my life. And it's amazing. And I have colleagues around the room, Sylvia, sitting there, and we're always chatting. And there's Priscilla, and I'm happy she's heading AFC Land Bank, and she has moved from the commercial bank, and I'm sure she's bought some gumboots to move into the rural areas, away from her high street office, to bring financial inclusion to the women. But we all had to have, sometimes we lack that confidence. So in this room, and when we, after this, all this, let's network and encourage each other to do that. Sometimes we lack the support. The last Women's Financial Inclusion Roundtable, spousal support was cited, that sometimes our spouses, our partners do not encourage us. Nudge them to support you, and whilst you live that integrated life. And no required qualifications. Please continue learning. In the digital space, continue learning, online learning, whatever it is that will bring you to have the experience and the expertise that you require to package the programs for women. Take that insurance product and notch down and bring it to the rest of the women, and notch up to the other women who are able to understand what you're talking about. And definitely we do live in a patriarchal society. It's either I'm using my father's name or my husband's name. Okay? Whichever way you look at it, you still do that. It's your father's name or your husband's name. Choose the one that you want and you're comfortable with. And invariably, it's very difficult. That system, even if it's at home, it's also taken to the workplace. Main thing is their God-given right to run things, but it's also our God-given right to run multiple tasks and be organized and run the organizations and create the world that we want, because we are the majority. What support is needed? And I'm concluding. We need more capacity building for women, support through scholarship for leadership training, networking and exposure. And thank you, Old Mutual and New Faces, New Voices for this day, and learning more. And that if all of us can copy from Old Mutual, do this within our own organizations, maybe not so big as Old Mutual, but always remember that we need to empower each other within our organizations. It was really a key learning for me that even within your organization, you can still do something to make sure that you nudge the next woman to the next level. We need higher qualifications and more visibility of women in top positions to motivate and build confidence, self-confidence, self-belief in their capabilities. So do respond next time when we ask you for your profile, so that when it is written down, the other young lady sitting in the back office or sitting on that reception desk can say, I can do this. I can be the next person that is found in this Women in Financial Leadership profile booklet that is online, that Graca Marshall is talking about. I think from all her networks, Zimbabwe has been the first one to produce it. And she's going to be speaking about you and you and you who has responded to that request for your profiles. Your history will be known, published by New Faces, New Voices under Graca Marshall. You're a continental brand. Don't let your join us. So we recommend you join the mentorship. If doors are open and opportunities are opened, if the elevator comes down, enter it. If you are in the position to bring the elevator down, bring it down. If you need to enter it, enter that place and learn. And so that we don't, I think I didn't struggle as much as others did going to university. There were others that went before me. And let's make sure that others enter us as well and make their journeys much smoother than ours, because that's our role and that's our mandate as women in financial leadership. I'm happy to say that when you look at the National Financial Inclusion Strategy, women's financial inclusion has remained an important pillar. The strategies are there that the Reserve Bank and the central bank is calling for financial institutions to implement with organizations to create products that are women-friendly, so that we have more than access, but better use of financial products by women. I think on that juncture, so that we have more women included and we increase our sphere of influence to have more women financially included. I thank you for lending me your ears this morning.
Thank you very much for that presentation, Gladys. And am I correct to say that for those who've not already got it, it will be shared for those who want to learn from the insights and be motivated to participate next time round? Yes? Thank you very much. And also we've been reminded to submit our profiles. And if you weren't emailed, email Gladys and team and say, I want to participate in the booklet. I want to be featured. This is my photograph. This is my profile. And also contact so-and-so and so-and-so in the financial services sector so that all of us are profiled and we support the work that is being done within Old Mutual and also the work that is being promoted by new faces, new voices. As I've already said, and thank you again, Gladys, we have next Theodore Chinembi, the Old Mutual Limited, and he will be speaking on the money, financial literacy, providing us with an overview. And he's an on the money financial consultant. So Theodore, is it Theodore or Theodora? Ah, okay, that's where the problem is. My apologies, Theodora. And Theodore does not exist. And she is an on the money financial consultant. Please come and make a presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies. All protocols observed. I'm very happy to be here. I only have a few minutes, so I'm going to take you through the On the Money program. So I want to pick up on something that Priscilla said. She said there are about 3 million households that are female-headed and they rely mostly on agriculture. These are people that have never sat in a space like this. They do not understand finances like you and I do. That's why Gloria said, let's simplify the products. What Old Mutual has done is to simplify the whole financial maze and make it easy for a woman to understand down there in Bire, in Guruve. I've run this class for people who have their cattle outside and they tell me, please finish up, we need to go and cultivate in our fields. So Old Mutual has a very simplified way of making women understand financial literacy. So it's important for you as women leaders in your various financial institutions to understand what do we tell these women when we go and train them. We actually give them certificates at the end of the day, and we tell them that if ever anybody comes, be it a donor, be it a financial services company, and they want to give you money or any aid, please do tell them that Old Mutual trained me in this program and I have this certificate. So it's important that when you sit in your boardrooms and you're making these big decisions to include more women, have an understanding of what is it that we teach them. So on our marks, get ready, we go. One of the reasons why Old Mutual came up with this program is the understanding that as Zimbabweans, we've gone through many different currencies. As a result, the ordinary average Zimbabwean does not understand the true value of a US dollar. $1 is money that I can use to buy airtime. I load it in my phone, I say hello, and all of a sudden it's gone. But one day you could come into our home, you find my child hasn't gone to school, you ask, why are you home? Mama didn't have $1 for transport. So what is the value of $1? Is it just buying myself a 500 milliliters bottle of Coke and I drink it in 10 minutes? Or is the value of a child going to school? What is the value of $10? I meet my big sister Priscilla, we eat chicken in or chicken slice, $10 is gone. But another day you come home and you find us in the dark. What is wrong? We didn't have $10 to juice our electricity. So what is the true value of $1? $100, it's very difficult to have that money, but very easy to spend. I can leave home in the morning with $100 and by 12 midday, I have no cent. And yet you ask me to raise $100 for my child to go on a trip to Chinoi or Kariba, and I cannot raise it. So as a result of that, Old Mutual came up with a very simplified financial literacy program, which is what I'm now giving you. So it is based upon 7 animals, very easy to remember. The first 2 two are birds. The two represent what we call poor money management behavior. The first animal is the ostrich. Is anyone helping me to put up the slides, or I have to do it myself? I was hoping I'll get some help. Yes, I'll tell you when to move the slides. Please put up the ostrich. So what I do then in the class is I ask, what have you heard about an ostrich? People will say it's a very large bird, it's a beautiful bird, it's powerful. Did you know that an average built man who weighs 100 kilograms, he can fly back up to 20 meters at the kick of an ostrich? That's how powerful it is. But guess what? There's something very funny about the ostrich. Next slide, please. God created it in such a way that when there is danger and it feels overwhelmed, it buries its head in the sand. The head is only less than 5% of the total mass of the whole body. So why does it think that by putting its head in the sand, it has dealt with the problem at hand? Guess what? We may think it's very funny for an ostrich, but a whole grown man or woman like you and I can actually do it. Next slide, please. We can handle our money in a way that when we then feel overwhelmed or overburdened by challenges, we bury our heads in the sand. For example, somebody is very visible when borrowing money, but when you're now looking for them, they change their number every week. That is burying your head in the sand, because we could still go where you live and fish you out, but you're busy saying, sorry, my WhatsApp has not been working and I lost all the numbers. I didn't have your number anymore. That is burying your head in the sand. Another very sad way that is happening in Zimbabwe right now is suicide. There's a rise in suicide rates. A whole grown man or woman handles their finances the wrong way, and when they're in a tight spot, they choose to exit the world. But guess what? They leave their whole families exposed. There is no legacy for them. Even during the funeral, there's a lot of fighting going on because they had not sorted out their financial affairs. So we teach people and encourage them that don't behave like an ostrich when it comes to money. Very visible, powerful, beautiful bird, but when you're in problems, you bury your head in the sand. Next slide, please. The second animal or bird is the peacock. We all know a peacock. I have been to a bird sanctuary where you move from one cage to the next and you're seeing different birds. I saw that when you're watching a peacock and you move and a new group comes, it goes, it looks so beautiful, it changes color. God created a peacock as a very beautiful bird and it knows it. It is aware of it. Guess what? With that beauty and knowledge comes pride. It's also known as a very proud animal or proud bird. There are many of us here who can even exhibit peacock tendencies. When we have money, we go, we look so beautiful, we look so flashy, we buy the latest gadgets, we buy the latest cars. But guess what? When we then get into a problem, we turn into an ostrich that buries its head in the sand. So you start off as a peacock, beautiful, you turn into pride. At the end of the day, you become an ostrich with your head buried in the sand. So this is what we say about a peacock. Next slide. We buy things we do not need with money we don't even have to impress people we don't like and who don't like us. Just think, all of us go to a church or a wedding at some point in our lives. How many peacocks have you seen? Sometimes there's some of us who are well known for arriving when church has started and we sit in the second or front row. I want everybody to see what I'm wearing today. That is peacock behavior, and at Old Mutual, we encourage men and women in Zimbabwe that if you continue like a peacock, very soon you'll be an ostrich with your head in the sand. So when we deal with these two birds and we emphasize why this poor money management behavior doesn't make your money grow, we then teach them the good and positive money management behaviors. And they're very easy to remember. They are based on the big five. So this is actually a full day class that normally starts at 8:30 until 4. It's very interactive. So all these things that I'm trying to tell you within 30 minutes, we have time to ask them. They bring up the points themselves. So for the 5 animals, the big 5, I then introduce an animal I ask the audience what they know or have heard about the animal. Then as they are giving the different characteristics of the animal, I'll pick the one from which we can learn something which is good and positive. So we call them the secrets of the big five. Each of the big five is a secret that if we apply it to how we handle our money, it will help us grow our money. We become wealthy. We change the generational curse in quotes that seems to rest upon Africans mostly, that will remain poor forever. We do that by copying and imitating and following these 5 animals. Before we get into the 5 animals, another thing we also spend time on, we have a mini quiz which we give people to do, participants, where we explore money personalities. So there are 10 questions, they give their answers. And then from the answers we see, there are people that are spenders. The moment money comes into our hands, we want to spend it. Guess what? These people are also very common at prophets and ngangas, and they claim that a lot of money comes through my hands, but I don't know what happens. There are goblins that eat my money. It's simply because they are a spender. Another personality is a shopper. There are people that believe that once money comes in, they have to go around shopping. There are actually many money personalities. Others are like compulsive buyers or compulsive spenders. You never think on it, but you just go ahead and spend. But there are also good money personalities. There are people that are careful spenders. There are people that are savvy, knowledgeable about how to spend and use their money. People who follow a proper methodology. So we go through all that jazz. But now let me take you through the big 5. Next slide, please. So the first animal we talk about is the lion, the secret of the lion. I asked them, what characteristics do you know? And the one we pick is that. Were you aware that the way God created lions is that they live in a family that almost imitates us human beings? There is a father, there is a mother and their children, or there is one adult and children. So mostly is the female lion that goes out to hunt, but sometimes it's the male. So guess what? There is a way God created them. The animal that has gone to hunt, when it brings in the catch, it eats first. Whatever remains after it's full is what is eaten by the rest of the family. You should see African women complaining, no, madam, we can't do that. We have to put food for our children first. But I then help them to understand that there is a good reason why the one who goes to hunt must eat first. Sometimes a lion will take up to 2 days following after prey. And by the time it gets the catch, it's tired, it's exhausted, it's wounded. If it comes in and thinks like a typical Zimbabwean mother who wants to feed kids first, it's going to die of starvation whilst the kids are eating. So God ordained it that the animals understand the one who has hunted eats first, goes to sleep, recharges the batteries, gets new energy. The family must find what is left to be enough for them. Then the one who has eaten first can have the energy to go again tomorrow and hunt. That's a big mistake that many of us make, including some who may be sitting in here. We spend so much time working for our children. My kids, my kids, my kids. We don't look after the body that works. In a short space of time, you start to feel sick, you start to feel unwell, which is why there's been an influx of physical wellness programs in many companies, because they are realizing that many of us are struggling with stress, mental health problems. So if corporates are willing to invest money to look after ourselves, how much more than us work do we need to look after ourselves? So guess what? When we then copy the lion and eat first, we call it savings. So the secret of the lion is on savings. Savings mean I am taking up from what we have today and storing it up for tomorrow, just like the lion is eating first so that it has enough energy for tomorrow. So whatever dollar comes into your life, a portion of it must be saved up and stored up for tomorrow. We then go through the whole jazz of talking about savings, medium savings, vehicles. Where do we save money? Depending on where we are, let's say we are deep down there in Guruve, we can talk about roundtables, Maberia Society. We talk about putting money in EcoCash, Textacash, Telecash. It's all ways of saving. We bring it down to their level so that they can understand it. But the principle behind it is
whatever dollar we get today, can we assume, let's make a healthy assumption that perhaps tomorrow I may not be able to wake up and earn another dollar. So from this that I have today, let me save some of it so that it looks after me tomorrow. Many people, particularly those who are in informal business, in which money trickles day by day, they have this belief that the money will always come. As long as I have a flea market table and I have $100 today, I just think tomorrow when I put up my table again, someone else will walk up and buy. But sometimes life does not happen like that. So we must assume that what if tomorrow I wake up and I'm sick and I cannot go to work? What will look after me? So we make sure we have medical health insurance, we pay our insurance, we save actual cash, we invest somewhere in our children's education. So the principle is every dollar that comes into my life, let me save something for tomorrow. The second animal is the leopard. Next section, please. The secret of the leopard is on having a vision. You cannot just sit and think, I want to save $5 because I think it's a good amount. You need to have a financial vision for yourself. The more you think about your vision, the more you focus on it, goals and plans formulate in your mind and things become easier. So that's why you find our children do better than us. You get into their room, they have a poster up on the walls and you're screaming and telling them to keep the walls clean. But you know what? The more they keep looking at that wall and seeing the same picture, let's say it's a vehicle, it gets imprinted in their mind and they desire to have it. They consider themselves owning it, feeling it, sitting inside it and driving it. That's what we all need to do as adults. Even if it's a woman who just has a maize field and a small little garden for a vegetable, we encourage them to be visionaries, to own a vision about tomorrow, because you know what? Vision is what links me to tomorrow. So I have 4 children. I have a vision of my 3rd child who's doing her attachment, graduating. I see myself in there because she'll have a distinction, definitely. So I see her being kept and I'm wondering what kind of dance I'm going to be doing. Already by thinking of that, it means I'm sowing a seed into tomorrow. There's no way I'm going to commit suicide for any reason because of that vision. So what is going to feed into every individual's plan for wealth, for finances, is having a vision that is smart. We all know what SMART stands for, a vision that will link them up to tomorrow. So even if somebody hopes to buy something, own something, have savings, have a retirement plan, we teach them that they can only do it if they have a vision for it. The third animal is the elephant. From the elephant, we learn about budgeting. So just as a recap, I can see some of you are writing. The secret of the lion is on savings. The secret of the leopard on a vision. The secret of the elephant is on budgeting. The elephant is well known for having excellent memory. I have heard it say that if you go to Kariba and you play around with an elephant and you go back after 2 years, it will remember you and it might attack you. So how we then encourage people and say, it's not possible for us to have such a sharp memory and have everything stored in our heads, but we do it by budgeting and recording. We keep a budget so that we know from one month to the next, do we have extra or are we under? December is coming up, a lot of festivities will be going on. Have we made a budget for it? Can we afford to go and visit the parents in the village? Can we afford to go on holiday? You can only know through a budget. One of the things that touches my heart is when you're deep in the rural areas and you have women that have tables where they sell small little things, sometimes not even worth more than $50. Then I ask them, do you know how much stock you have? And they say no. We teach them at the simplest level to buy a counter book or exercise book, take a ruler and pen, put lines, write date, stock in. I bought 10 pairs of children's shoes. Each one was $2, worth $20. And then 2 were bought on this day, 3 on this day, 5 on that day. At the close of the month, from the 10 shoes, I remained with 2. Let's not assume that because we are such a pool of knowledge in this place, every person understands that. There are people who look at me like, we need to write those things down. Yes, we need to educate them because you know what?
money has a language. If we do not respect the language of money, it will not work for us. We always think that we are cursed or something, but when we follow these simple steps, they help. So when it comes to budgeting, there are 5 simple steps we encourage. Step number 1, how much do you earn? How much income comes into our lives or our home? Step number 2, how much do we spend? How much goes out? Of what we get in, how much is going out? Step number 3, we balance the two. So are we under or we are over? Sometimes let's say, for example, for next month, we realize our income is going to be $300 and yet our expenditure is rising up to $500. I ask them the question, what are you going to do? The first answer I usually get is we borrow. Then we have to help them and tell them borrowing for consumption is not encouraged at all. And we borrow as a last course of action. But first of all, we reduce, we downsize, we downgrade, we replace certain things, we do away with certain things so that we try and fit in our lives and our expenses into our income. Step number 4, we encourage them that have realistic limits. It's not necessary for you to say, my budget for airtime is $20 every month, and yet for the last 6 months consistently you were using more than 50. So it's important to upraise yourself, see how far you've come, and where there's a need to adjust, go ahead and do it. Then the last step, number 5, we tell them always keep track of the budget. Monthly, have the same day, whether it's the last Sunday of the month where you look at the month, but also annually have one day where you also sit down as a family. We teach these things and tell them a family that saves together grows wealthy together. So it's not about a husband doing his own stuff, the mom their own, the kids their own. We actually also teach children. Were you aware that on the money program there's a junior version for youth from 1 to form 6, and we also have a primary school version. It's called the piggy bank promotion. If you have a child in primary school and they brought a green piggy bank and they said there's an auntie who said do some chores, clean your parents' car, they'll pay you and put money in the piggy bank. I'm guilty. I'm the one who told them that. So we are encouraging families to sit together and find ways of saving together, downsizing, downgrading, reducing things, prioritizing, focusing on what is important, understanding the difference between needs and wants, and appropriating everything correctly. So the secret of the elephant is on budgeting. My favorite animal is the rhino. The rhino is the 4th one. The rhino is an animal that is well known for actively charging against anything it thinks is threatening. It doesn't play around with something that appears like a threat. It becomes angry and it charges towards it. And in the secret of the rhino, we talk about debt. Many Zimbabweans are living in debt. There are people who say, but you've been owing Zesa or Zinwa for many years. So we encourage you that if you want to be nice and soft with debt, and you're like, this, Zimbabwe is very hard. They were calling me and checking up, and I just told them I would see what I can do. You do not see what you can do. You do not try. When it comes on to debts, like a rhino, get angry, tell yourself, today I'm writing all my debts down. This is the ceiling. In my life, I'll never owe more than this amount. Come up with an amortization plan and have a vision for debt. So I could actually have a vision for saving money, for example, for my children. Then I also have a vision for coming out of debt. If you have different amounts that you're owing to different people, we teach them the principle of starting with the most threatening debt. So quickly, I'm going to share with you an example we use. I'll tell them, let's say you're owing this person $10, you're owing a 5, you're owing a 20, who do you pay first? Usually people say, sorry, and you get $2 only, which you can't distribute to all 3, but you can only pay 1%. Most people will say, I'll pay the one with the highest amount because I want to reduce. Some will say, we pay the one with the smallest amount so that we cut it off and we know it's done. But do you know the answer we tell them? Pay the one that is most threatening. Whether it's most threatening by interest, remember what I said, simplify the product. So I teach them that interest means for every $1 that you are owing me, how many cents am I charging you every month? So if she's charging 15%, 30%, 25%, the one who's charging 30%, regardless of what the amount is, she's the most expensive. Every dollar I owe her, she's adding 30 cents every month. So we teach them do that. Then if there is no interest there, all of them are not charging any interest, then they should pay the one who's most threatening, the one who's always saying, I'm going to come to your workplace. I want to show them. You go ahead and borrow everywhere and you don't pay. Start with that one because they hold your dignity. They might embarrass or humiliate you. So that's the one you start with. So that is the secret of the rhino. And one of the points that I love there that we teach them is this. Always make sure that you pay off all debt long before you stop using the item. You know, some of the clothes and shoes we buy, there's a funny little label inside that says best before 20 meters and you don't see it. You're taking this thing on credit because apparently it comes from Turkey and it's costing 65 US. You wait first time, second time, the barcode comes off, but you still owe the person. So we encourage you, don't take debt for consumption, for things that end up in the sewer system, for things that do not generate more income. We explain to them the difference between good debt and bad debt. It may appear like getting something on mortgage over 20 years, you're paying more than double what the cost was for cash, and yet it appreciates in value, so it's good debt. But what does it help me to take a fridge on hire purchase and pay it over 3 years, and maybe in that 3 years' time, it's no longer working. And at the end of the day, if you add everything I've been charged, including the admin cost, the insurance cost, and everything, sometimes it's double or even 3 times the cash of cost. So that's what we teach them. Then the last animal we talk about is the secret of the buffalo. This one we spend more time talking about the characteristics. What is a buffalo well known for? Were you aware that buffaloes do not move in the wild in single or on their own? They move as a large herd. I've seen on National Geographic, they can be as much as 200 in one herd. Guess what? A lion can only overpower a buffalo when it's one. But when they are a group, lions are actually afraid of buffaloes because 4, 5, 6, 10 buffaloes can overpower and even kill a lion. So we then encourage them that, why should your money hang alone or move alone? If you keep $100 in a piggy bank or under the bed method, you put it there on 31 January 2022, 31 December 2022, it will still be $100. Why should your money move alone? Let your money achieve unity, achieve a unity accord and grow, merge with other monies, marry together with other monies like the buffaloes do, and then it will grow. So we encourage them to say, let me tell you this thing, there are people who always question and say, we used to keep money and then we woke up, there was dollarization, there was 1:1, there was this. Guess what? We could spend all day listing all the problems Zimbabwe has had, but it never takes away the principle. Whether the sun comes out or does not, the law of sowing and reaping still applies. Whatever you sow, you will gather from it. So put your money where it can grow. We never prescribe and say, bring it to money market or to Old Mutual, wherever. We ask you to do due diligence. Put your money where you can patiently watch it grow, because buffaloes are very patient. Have you ever seen that they never move in a hurry? Like some of us, as we drive through Harare streets, we do. They are very, very patient and they can spend hours in the same spot, grazing in the same spot. Money that is taken, that is put in one bank, 3 months later, you hear there is better interest here, you take it out and take it there. 2 months later, you put it in another medium and it never grows. But the longer, the years, the decades that the same amount of money stays in the same place, the more it will grow. We teach them compound interest. We break it down and say, if I have $100 today, and at the end of the month, it ends 10% interest, what will be the balance? Then they say $110. Guess what? In month 2, if I don't take that money out, I'm not going to get interest only on my $100, but I'll actually get interest upon interest, including the $10 that was paid as interest in the same month. So that is compound interest, meaning the longer I keep my money in the same place, the more that it is going to grow. We teach them about insurance. We encourage them and tell them openly, are you aware that to get a quote, even for your household, it's free? Why not
not call up someone and say, this is my little shop or this is my house. Can you evaluate for me what is the value? And they'll tell you, and then they tell you the premium. Some of the premiums are quite small for people that are in business. Unless if the rates changed. I know there was a time when a property valued at $100,000, the annual premium would be $150, which is like $12 or something per month. Honestly, a person that is running an informal business and earning profits, let's say of $200 in a month, if they really want, they can budget for insurance and pay for it. So these are the things that we encourage them. And then I'm now tying it back to you. Why is it important for you to know that we are teaching ordinary folk these things as women leaders that sit in high places and formulate decisions that are meant to financially include women? I want you to know that if you continue sitting in the boardroom and never sit with a woman running a flea market in Uzumba Maramba Fungwe, you are going to think you're adequately representing them. And yet you do, if you do not spend a day in their shoes, you will not know. So you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Old Mutual is already there. This program is aimed at any and every Zimbabwean. Why don't you link up with us? Ask us to partner with you. We'll go and train your people. We've trained this in churches, in homes. We've trained this for musicians. I'll never forget a very popular musician. He got all his band members together. They were 30. And then I said to them, let's work out how much alcohol you consume in a year. They said on average, they'll drink 6 bottles in a day, and a cart or bottle is $1. So we said on average $6. Let's just say you don't buy it for yourself the whole week. So we just say 5 days of the week. Per week, you're spending $30 on alcohol. Let's ignore the gango and everything else you consume together with that. Then $30 per week times 52 weeks. You should have seen them out there shouting, "Madam, is that how much you spend?" Do you know what the trick there is? Because we do not receive a basket of money at the beginning of year, and you're told this is all the money you're going to spend on beauty products, on weaves, or if it's a man, on alcohol, and then you'll be subtracting from it, it becomes hard for you to actually see how much you're consuming on nails alone. But let's say it was possible for a tab to be kept for you. Every time you buy lipstick, it's entered there. You get a weave, it's entered there. Do you know sometimes you get a hairstyle and you think it's nice in the salon, you go home and people start saying, the following morning you remove it, that's $20 already gone. If we're keeping a tab on that, I can guarantee you many of us will be shocked how much money we are spending on nails, on airtime, on alcohol, on data alone, following social media and things like that. So we then encourage you and say, do not become an ostrich. Do not treat your money like a peacock, but like the lion, automatically save. Start by saving. Whatever remains, live on it. It will be sufficient. Like the leopard, have a vision for your personal life and for your family. Like the elephant, do budgeting. Keep records. Records is what will show you how much you're spending on restaurants and takeouts. Like the rhino, if you're in debt, have a plan to charge down your debt and reduce it. And like the buffalo, have a plan to grow wealthy, change the mindset of your family. And I always enjoyed this. I'll ask them, in this room, how many of us had parents who taught us about saving, who taught us about money? At our ages, not many of us had parents who did that. That's why it's important for us, starting with you and me today, to turn the tide around and begin with our children as little as they are and teach them that it's not goblins that eat our money. It's not the amount of money we earn. Are you aware that you, in your high-powered job with 6 cars in the garage, you could live a life that is of less quality than your house help, who you pay $200 per month, simply because she knows there is nowhere else I'm earning money. So when I get this 200, I'm not going to buy pizza. I'm not going on a holiday. I'm going to save most of it. Do you know that some of our house help will go and buy stands and build before some of us we are renting? Simply because it's not the amount of money you earn, but it's how you spend whatever you earn. I'll end on this note. There is a survey that was done in America where everybody in this room, let's say we do it today, all of us are asked to bring in the money we own and possess in our lives. This one brings $1 billion, $10, 5,200, doesn't matter how much you have, all of it was put into one basket. Then we were counted and then each person was given an average. Whether you brought in $1 billion, you went out with 1,000 US. You brought in $10, you went out with 1,000 US. Guess what? According to the survey, it takes only 6 months for the money to go back where it was. So she came in with $10 and was given 1,000. After 6 months, she left $10. She came in with $1 billion and was given 1,000. After 6 months, she left $1 billion. Why? Because those who already have the mindset to earn and grow their money, when they get that 1,000, they are already torturing their minds, brainstorming with themselves, thinking, how can I grow this money? The one like me who's only used to having $10, all of a sudden I'm holding 1,000. And my children, ever since COVID, have never gone on any holiday. Even their passports, they expired. I need to take them to South Africa. Guess what? The travel agent that books the ticket for me belongs to the one who had $1 billion, so I give her back her money. So it's food for thought. Thank you, ladies.
Amazing. There's nothing to be added. I'm so glad Theodore didn't come today, but that Theodora came, and look at the reaction. There's a giveaway for the quiz or for Theodora, for people, for questions. Okay, great. As we sort of approach lunchtime as well, and I think you noted that there was an invitation extended by Theodora to organizations to make use of their services. And Sandra, where are you? Sandra will coordinate, or Gladys will gladly, Gladys, maybe you want to stand up. You can contact Gladys and ensure that you hook up with this. Really, it's life-changing for people in this room, never mind the people outside this room. And in all the various places where we spend our time, it's so tightly packaged. It has to be delivered by Theodora. It has to be. I don't know who else she works with. It's got to be her. And you know, she was doing it almost blind. Congratulations and thank you, and well done, Old Mutual, for supporting and crafting and creating this amazingly empowering and eye-opening initiative. So that brings us to where we wanted to be, because at some point you feel nurtured and safe in a room like this, challenged, pushed, nudged, excited, but the real world awaits. And that world wants action. And some of you said, this is where I'm spending my morning, and the organization wants to know, well, what's the benefit? Your family, your circle, what is the benefit? What will we see? What will change? And we were invited to live synoptic lives, is that correct? It's a continuum. You're not one thing at the office and another at home and something else at church and something else wherever else you spend time. It's a continuum. So the time is sort of arriving for us eventually to say goodbye, but what a time it's been. I doubt any of us in this room are the same. From the time we walked in to this power-packed punch from Theodora and all the presenters that we've had, we cannot be the same. Something has to change. Absolutely. And as it's changing for us, it must also change for the thousands and millions that we've been reminded about. We are very grateful to those who brought us here today, new faces, new voices. Thank you very much, and Old Mutual. But we still have time for a few questions on the presentations we had today, and time also for a few questions which will result in us getting little goodie bags to take away with us. Anyone who wishes to reflect on the morning's proceedings, any questions? We have a mic available.
Thank you so much. I'm Rufaro Mzangaza, the head of credit at Bank ABC. I love the presentation by Gloria, where in your introduction you said you want to leave a legacy of impact and influence. And I just wanted to find out, is there ever a time when you felt you were now at the table, but you didn't have impact, you didn't have influence? Because I suspect that a lot of women maybe are now very visible. They're sitting at the table, enjoying the goodies at the table, but there is no impact. So I just want to understand from you, how has your journey been like in terms of actually having influence in whatever sphere you have been a leader? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. And Gloria, please try and remember the question and the answer you're going to provide. I'm told we have on Zoom someone on standby to ask a question. Please activate your mic. Dr. Theophilus. I can't read this writing. I hope you will give us your name when you come on live. Please activate and let us see you or hear you as you ask your question or make your remark for us this afternoon. Are you there, Dr. Theo? Do you have them queued? Still muted? Kindly unmute for us and make your comment. We do have one or two others who had wanted to make a contribution, but we were hoping to start with Dr. Theo. If not, can
oh no,
please proceed
okay, I'm
on.
here.
Great.
Hello.
Please proceed.
Yeah, I don't know the time right now in Zimbabwe. In Uganda, it's 14. Good afternoon, everyone. I haven't attended such a useful presentation online in a long time, because I got to a time when I got tired of online meetings, especially during COVID. I literally used to have sometimes 5 a day, but I'm so glad that you people invited us. I'm so glad that I attended right from the beginning when Mama Grasha was talking. And I just wanted to say one thing that we need to add as women, because I'm currently mentoring quite a number of people, both in senior positions in the finance sector and the lower strata. We are getting challenges as women on preparing people for succession. So it is our role as women to make sure that as we occupy these high, high offices, who are you preparing? So there is now a new training called succession planning, and it takes the person, the leader, it takes the institution, and it takes the recipient. So what are those little things that the organization must do to make sure that succession is smooth? But also, most importantly, how have you prepared yourself, you the person letting a younger person, maybe somebody else, take over from you? So, sorry, I'm not going to put on the video. Yeah, but I thought that we should also talk about it and include it in the few things that Charity mentioned. Most of them, yes, are inbuilt. They're abstract. But when it comes to mentorship, it's both abstract, what is invisible, but also what is visible. I recently sat on a panel to interview, people for a certain position, very senior positions. And the way the person came dressed was automatically put off for me. And when I asked her, she said, nobody has told me that dressing like this is actually not palatable. So let's really work on succession so that the pool is big. Yeah, that's what I wanted to contribute. Otherwise, congratulations, Zimbabwe. You have made us proud. I just hope that we can get a copy of the different presentations.
When I ask for this, yeah, I've had it for some time. It's not new.
And anything to do with the back. Contribution?
Hmm?
Do we have someone else?
But I've always had a back.
It's very, but everything we said.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think the main comment there was about succession planning, to input that into the discussions we are having and the models that we are developing, so that we continuously have, once we send the elevator down, the elevator comes up, we have that throughput, and succession planning must be part of the processes that we are focusing on. Gloria, back to you with the question that you were given earlier.
Thank you, Madam. Sorry, I didn't get the name, but I remember you said from Bank IBC. So this is how I see it. So our careers are staged. So as you grow in your career, your impact and your influence also grows. Your goals are also timed. Your short-term goals, your medium-term goals, your long-term goals. So whenever you hit a goal, chances are you're going to plateau at that stage and you'll feel uncomfortable until you move to the next level. So definitely I've had, instances in my career where I felt like, you know what, I need something else. I need a kick. I need something else. It's because of that. It's a staged life. So you can never have satisfaction at one level. Otherwise, in fact, I actually believe that that's how God created us. We need to always be hoping for the next level and the next level and the next level. Otherwise, you start to die if you plateau. So it's very natural to feel like you need to move. You need to move. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gloria. I'm just looking at the furious notes being made by the questioner, and I think you probably hit the spot there. Thank you very much. We have Natu Mwamba on Zoom. Please unmute and speak to us.
Good afternoon from Tanzania. Am I audible, please? Ensure me.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'd like to thank very much New Faces, New Voices, and Old Mutual for this presentation. It's one that really has a lot of impact in terms of what is said. I won't repeat any, but my point is that I think for us, some of us who are seniors, I'm a senior, being I'm a former deputy governor and also a senior in where I am currently, a lecturer at the University of Dar es Salaam. So one thing that I note is that seeing is believing. So what we are doing and what is being done currently will really have an impact, because you have to see to believe that actually we can. So whether it's mentoring, coaching, but also seeing in such groups. So I really, really commend, and I will emphasize on seeing, believing. When you hear experiences of the seniors, how they went through, it wasn't an easy task. It's always an uphill task, but somehow we managed. So we need to share this with the coming young women, particularly in leadership, so they can see that it is possible. I did my PhD with 3 children with me, and I managed to finish in good time, 3.5 years and done. So you can see, you need to explain it to somebody. Is it possible? It is, and here I am a testimony. So I really appreciate such kinds of exposure for different women. Thank you very much, Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your contribution. Seeing is believing. Some reflections from Tanzania, and yet another PhD candidate who had the children in tow, and here they are 3.5 years later. She calls herself, she's a member of the seniors. There's plenty of value to be derived from them, and indeed we all stand on their shoulders as we deliberate and assemble here at the venue. But I think Theodora reminded us that unless we understand what the person under the Musasa in Uzumba, Maramba, are thinking, we won't have made any progress. So thank you for that reminder. This rarefied stratospheric experience is not what will bring change and national development, but a savings culture at household level, at the lowest level, certainly will do that. Thank you. Do we have any others on standby with comments? We have one coming through. I am still aware of the questions, and we will come there with the mic. Dr. Liwayo herself would like to come back and make a submission. Dr. Liwayo, please unmute and join us.
Thank you very much. Once again, I think the first thing that I just want to say is that I enjoyed this Roundtable very much, and all the presentations that we listened to were very insightful, and we have a lot of takeaways. But I just thought I should not go away without noting what I have seen in terms of figures. I was looking at the National Financial Inclusion Strategy 2. I went straight to the section on women, and just to see where we are and so forth. And I thought I should just urge, since I'm sitting among leaders in the financial sector, that we should pay attention to these figures and the opportunities that are there as we are bankers to providing financial services products. I just picked a few figures here. Use of formal credit products by women, 15%, very, very low. Uptake of formal savings products by women, 12%, very, very low. Uptake of transactional accounts for women, 43%, below half, again low. About 34% of women do not own a transactional account. That's a very high figure, and so forth. So in that section, there are quite a number of figures. So I just thought I should urge the bankers, since you are here today, to say this is where we are, and we still have a lot of work to do. I also wanted to pick on one or two things from Mama Michelle's presentation, because some of it relates to the figures that we have. For example, we have a figure of, in that section also in the strategy, it says 60% of SMEs are owned by women, and 90% of that are micro, which means most of these businesses by women are micro. They are very small. And I remember Mama Michelle saying, how do we become big businesses? So I know our focus has always been to say we want to include those who have not had an opportunity to access financial services. But at the same time, we should also look at those who are in businesses and helping them to grow. So this is one area that I thought we need to also pay attention to. And then the other aspect is to do with segmentation. Mama Michelle talked quite a bit about what are the obstacles. Let's identify obstacles which need to be removed in terms of financial inclusion. So in terms of looking at that, we all know the barriers, lack of collateral, lack of this, and lack of literacy, and so forth. But the segmentation approach, I think, is very, very useful, because the barriers for people in the rural areas, the barriers for people in the urban areas, the barriers for younger women, the barriers, they are slightly different. So I think if we want to make an impact in terms of addressing, we should really know the barriers for the different segments. So I just thought I should make a few comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Liwayo, bringing context, bringing the stats together, and in many ways, again, resonating with both Gracia Michelle's presentation and also Theodora's and other presentations, where the barrier could quite plausibly be that $1 we have discovered.
No big mystery, no rocket science, just that dollar and how it is applied. So thank you very much for that contribution, and we're taking notes so that we ensure we enrich the various strategies that we are working with. I don't have any others being flagged. I know that I have a few questions that I need to ask so that Gladys and Sandra and others can award those who answer the questions. However, was that a contribution on the presentations? Please go ahead and remember to identify yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Latifa Kassam. I'm the head of treasury at Nedbank. I want to just thank you and congratulate the new faces, new voices, and Old Mutual for such a successful roundtable. And I thought I'd just add maybe my 2 cents to the discussion. As I was listening, I know that some of the presenters and some of the contributions talked about having a good balance work-life. And while we try to be everything in the jobs that we do at home, at work, let's not forget to look after ourselves. Yeah, I think sustainability doesn't only apply to businesses, it applies to individuals. In the past month, I've seen 2 very powerful women be carried away by police to the hospital wards because they'd had a breakdown. And so we need to be very wary of that. As women, we need to take time out for ourselves. Your mental health is very, very important. You need to identify your support system as a woman. And I know they say be your brother's keeper. In this case, let's be your sister's keeper, because we all need that support system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, our sister's keeper, and it's worth more than 2 cents. I know it's colloquial, very, very valuable submission. Thank you very much. A few questions, I think 5 from what I was directed. And maybe just a whisper in my ear as to how lunch will be managed. It looks as if it's a buffet setup, and we'll be going out there to grab something and come back to where we are sitting. Great, Gladys, thanks for nodding. We will still have our vote of thanks from Lillian, but let's just conclude this segment perhaps, and if we don't, we can continue during lunch. Question. Equity fund is a product of old mutual unit trusts. True or false? Hands up, you'll be given a mic to answer. Shall I take someone here at the front?
Thank you. My name is Chiedza. I'm with EcoBank, and it's true.
Congratulations, a round of applause and a gift bag for you. Thank you very much. What services does Old Mutual offer? Quite broad, but there it is. And I'll let Sandra and Gladys decide what the correct answers will be. I see no one at the front. There's someone close to you at the back. Please put your hand up a little bit higher so that you're visible. Thank you. Gladys, have you seen that hand? Oh, you're there. Please carry on. What services does Old Mutual offer?
Thank you. My name is Beatrice Chitsuke from Ndoro Microfinance Bank. They offer a variety of services, financial services, that's banking, and the funeral services, life assurance, etc.
That sounds sufficient. Thank you very much, and congratulations to you. What does the acronym CABS stand for? What does CABS stand for? Please give somebody a mic at the back. Thank you.
My name is Nyasha Chinrende. It stands for Central African Building Society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Old Mutual Insurance Company offers car insurance as well as. What else does the insurance company offer? Shall I give the mic to Angie at the front here?
Funeral insurance. Okay, my name is Angeline. I will speak from my experience. If I have accessed a few products from Old Mutual, They offer car insurance and also funeral insurance.
Yes, I need the nods. Gladys, Sandra. Happy? Sandra's looking at Gladys. Gladys is having her ear bent. Are we happy? Car insurance and funeral services in answer to the insurance company? Yes, thank you. I thought it was correct. No, you have the correct policy. Which number do you dial to access the Old Mutual mobile banking USD platform? Which number do you dial to access? Oh, there's a hand up already. Thank you. Please give her the mic. To access the Old Mutual mobile banking platform.
Thank you. My name is Tapiwa Makore, representing Bradfields Engineering. It's *227#. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you so very much. Do we have any of those packages remaining, which we'll tackle after lunch? In the meantime, I'd like to invite two more. I'd like to invite Lillian, who will be delivering our official vote of thanks. Lillian Baiwa, Old Mutual Limited, Head of Group Marketing, Innovation and Partnership. A vote of thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Farai. And good afternoon to you all. My name is Lillian Mbayo. I don't know who gave Farai my title, but I'll take that on as well. But I am in charge of marketing, public affairs and sustainability for Old Mutual. And of course, innovation and all that falls under the same portfolio. So I wanted to start by saying that Farai's story at the beginning really got me thinking and inspired me. I don't know those who might not have been around. I will just maybe touch on it a little bit. So Farai was just describing to us very graphically her experience when she joined Old Mutual some years. I don't know if you said how many years, Farai, but but it was quite a while back. So what she said was that at the time that she joined Old Mutual, she had a portfolio that involved ensuring that the boardroom, everything is under control, everything is meticulous, and everything is working properly. But who were coming into the boardroom were all men. And, you know, for her, that was just something that I'm sure inspired her, because look at where she is now. So thank you for sharing that, Farai. I wanted to say that, you know, I think you did quite a lot of work in changing the direction for Old Mutual at that time, because when I joined Old Mutual in 2011, I was the first woman to be sitting in Group Exco for Old Mutual. And I did sit in Group Exco for quite a number of years as the only woman there. My experience was fantastic, I must say, for my colleagues in Exco. I never felt at any stage that, you know, I was undermined or that, you know, I was uncomfortable because I am female. But I think what's important is that the journey that then we took after that was just so amazing, because today we have, I think 50% of those sitting on Exco for the group are women. And yes, I think that is quite an achievement. And I think from the stats that I had earlier on that, you know, women actually represent 52% of the population in Zim. We are not yet done. Hey, Gloria, Kuda, Josie. So we also want to make sure that we increase to also 52%. So with that, I would like to acknowledge my colleague Kuda here, who has taken on the baton and as the president for the Old Mutual Women's Network, and is running with the responsibility of ensuring that we are amplifying women's voices within Old Mutual to ensure that we continue to make progress from where we have started. Thank you for your leadership, Kuda. And I also want to acknowledge your team who are here, the members of the Old Mutual Women's Network, who work with Kuda tirelessly to achieve all that she listed when she did her presentation. In fact, I didn't realize that we had done so much already. I also would like to, at this stage, acknowledge my colleague, Gloria, who gave us a very inspiring experience, as she was speaking about herself, where she's coming from and what she has achieved. I feel quite privileged to be sitting close to her, as in we work in the same organization. We spend some time together so that I can also learn, from all that she's, the experience that she's imparting to everyone else. I want to also at the same time, so I'm acknowledging Old Mutual whilst I'm at it. I want to acknowledge Josephine Jabangwe. She's representing CABS here. I don't know if there are any other CABS colleagues who are here today, but thank you for coming, Josie, and welcome, and thank you to all the other colleagues from CABS who are here, and all the other colleagues. I know I met quite a few of my colleagues who are sitting in the audience. So Dr. Mandengenda, this is the first time we've met face to face. I must say we've been talking for over a year now, from the conceptual stage, for a partnership to a number of initiatives that we have partnered in and driven together. I just want to say thank you so much. You really, truly inspire us. We are so proud of our association with New Women, New Voices. I totally love, the fact that, our partnership is very sustainable in that we are in the community. You saw Theo, who was up front just now, just really I got excited just listening from her. We have a program that Theo was delivering. It's called On the Money. And we have been delivering it to different groups in the community. So Dr. Mandengenda and team have come to partner with us. We are training trainers within her organization so that they can go ahead and reach more people out in the community. So we're really, really happy in our partnership, in the way things are going. And this has been the climax of our partnership. So we look forward to more to come. And Her Excellency Graca Machel, I think when she came on the screen, I just felt goosebumps because she's someone that I admire very much and someone that I look forward to and someone who inspires us. So we're really grateful for Her Excellency for taking the time to be with us today to address us. I know she has a very busy schedule, but she, as much as she was beaming to us from another location, it just really felt like she was in the room with us, and the interactions were just so meaningful. So thank you so much, Mama Graca, for being with us today. I would also like to, acknowledge, Gladys and the insights that you shared with us. And, that is very useful. We look forward to actually seeing the document because that will form part of our plans as well as we go out and we engage more with women. Theo, wow, you're such a powerhouse. But I wanted to say where Theo comes from, there is a lot more, that is there. Yeah, right? Yeah, so if you know who she works with, her bosses and so forth, you'd say, yeah, no wonder Theo is so dynamic like that. So, that program being so meaningful and being so useful on our drive, being delivered in such an exciting and meaningful way as well, I think it makes a big difference. So thank you so much, Theo. Okay, so the team that put this event together, the marketing team, Mel and your team, thank you so much. And I know each time that you have to rely on technology for any of these events, you literally hold your breath until it has happened. So, you know, I think things went pretty well. Thank you so much. And for all the technical teams in the background, thank you so much for delivering that for us. Lastly, but most importantly, I would like to really genuinely thank all of you, powerful ladies who are here. Priscilla, I have to mention Priscilla, she spoke earlier on. Priscilla, I have known Priscilla and Edna for quite a number of years now. We have partnered many times on Women Excel. And really for you to be gracing our event, you know, we really appreciate that. And sorry, the danger in mentioning people is that you leave others out. For those that I haven't mentioned yet, thank you, thank you, thank you. So I hope that you found this forum and this roundtable as informative and as inspiring as I have. Thank you once again. Enjoy what's remaining of it and the rest of your afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you for our vote of thanks. Thanks very much for the CABS colleagues who were here, which we may not have acknowledged at the beginning. And for those who came in after proceedings has started, I just want to reassure you that you were not late. You came according to the time that you were given. Thanks for arriving. And of course, whatever you missed will be shared by the New Faces, New Voices team in terms of presentations. And of course, the live stream remains available for you to go back and possibly catch up. Lillian is back.
My sincere apologies. Sorry, Farai. I made a big blunder. I did not thank someone who is so significant. I had a story behind, yes. I actually had a story behind Dr. Liwayo. And just to say that, you know, and I had it written down. I don't know how I missed it. I would really like to genuinely thank Dr. Liwayo for being with us. Dr. Liwayo has always supported, you know, any initiatives that empower women. And I am saying genuine because I feel that she's genuine. I don't know if she remembers some years back, I was asked to chair a committee that was fundraising for the Mighty Warriors. It was a very interesting experience. I went around making phone calls, but I think because of the controversy that surrounds soccer generally in Zim, no one wanted to touch it. Then I called Dr. Liwayo. I think someone referred me to her, and that was the first time I met her in person. And she invited me to her office. And then she listened to my story so patiently. And she was so sympathetic because some of the stories that came up behind this team, these women who were performing very well, but under very difficult circumstances, were just really touching, and some of them really sad, but very inspiring as well. Then she kind of like took it upon herself and really supported us at that time. So that was my first experience with Dr. Liwayo. Her soft approach. And also another thing that I have learned from Dr. Liwayo is that, you know, you don't have to be always so hard and tough and whatever as a woman leader. You know, she has maintained, you know, her female attributes, but remained very effective. So I really look up to her. I think I have got a soft side too. Maybe my team might not agree, but I think I have a soft side to, to my approach. And so when I look up to her, I am really, you know, comforted that it's okay. You can still get far, you know, if you maintain your attributes as a woman. So Dr. Liwayo, thank you so much. We really appreciate you. We are really privileged to have you as part of our team in Old Mutual. Thank you. Okay.
What a comeback, right? With such a punchy story. Incredible. Thank you so much, Lillian, for those remarks. We are defying usual practice, and I'm doing this unilaterally, and I'm inviting the tables at the back to begin the lunch out and back in. Is that all right? We do expect that, you'll be quick about it and look organized and pick and come back. So please start at the back. And in the meantime, we're going to continue with the few that are here with the few gift bags that we have remaining. I know the back of the room has benefited more than the front of the room. So we'll continue with that. I'll just get my question pad so that we can continue. Natalie and the boys.
Ay, moço! 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 Ngatani, moço! Kena dulu finale polisi ngapa ngikuthini nyakusangaphi mina moço vuka mani!
Gabriel! Mikael! Peter!
Wena! Gabriel, Peter ukuthini? Akuvukela abamani semsikeni. Kani kufunjani kanti?
Kanti ingabe ngife ngabomo yini?
Mofu. Umuntu onganga ongela la funeral police.
Awuthi ngapfunga umfaka phela ku wardrobe.
Mina nto uyambona nje ngikhona la. Lo msika wami nje wona lo. Mina phela nilayo i-funeral police. I-flex e-Old Mutual. Ngikhuluma nje khathesi so. Sebevule ichapele phela nda.
Sure.
Phela khathesi wena Mofandi ungavuka ubhujelo. Kumbe wena nje ungavuka ubhubhile khona lapha. Yeye. Iyakuthi grocers.
I also have been reminded by Tafadzwa to indicate to our online audience that our event, the formal part of our proceedings, have come to an end. We want to thank you for your presence, for being with us when we were doing some changeovers, for participating, particularly Uganda and Tanzania. And we look forward to being part of your events in your various jurisdictions across Africa and across the world. It remains for me to thank you all, to invite you all to network. And I am Farah Mpofu from the Securities and Exchange Commission. And we too are on a financial inclusion journey, and we work with RBZ and the insurance regulator to ensure that we are getting more women included and hopefully more women into the elevator and up. Thank you very much. Have a great lunch and great afternoon. Natalie, will you be sharing some details so that those who want to make use of you and the boys are able to do so? Okay. How do you do it? Whichever way you do it, please go ahead, enjoy yourselves, and just remember to keep it low.
My name is Nate263 on all social media platforms. If you need me.
Song and the air that I breathe, the love and the heart.
love and the heart that I need. And you are my destiny. You are it, you always will be. The soul and the air that I breathe. The love and the heart that I need. And you are my destiny. I can feel it, I can feel the magic. Tell me if you can imagine. Don't you dare resist the power. Love will take you higher, baby. I can feel it, I can feel the magic. Tell me if you can imagine. Don't you dare resist the power. Love will take you higher, baby. Come on. I can feel it, I can feel the magic. Tell me if you can imagine. Don't you dare resist the power. Love will take you higher, baby. I can feel it, I can feel the magic. Tell me if you can imagine. Don't you dare resist the power. Love will take you higher, baby. You don't come around to see me in the wake up. You don't have the chance to call me on the phone. Oh, you don't come around to see me in the wake up. You don't have a chance to call me on the phone. Oh, Friday night, yes, I know I must be waiting for, I must be waiting for. Friday night, yes, I know I must be waiting for, I must be waiting for. I'm your weekend special. I'm no weekend special. I'm no weekend special. I'm no daddy's home. Come on. Ooh, oh. Yeah. No. You don't come around to come around to see me in the week. Oh, you don't have a chance to call me on the phone. No, no. Friday night, yes, I know I must be waiting for you. I must be waiting for